Yep, stick around. 5 minutes. We'll be having a game with Jesse Jerdak. All right. I'm unmuted. Yes, I am unmuted. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Beholders D&D game. I'm sure there are some of you that look forward to it every year. I know I do. This year, we're joined by special guest Jesse Jerdak. Am I saying your last name right?
I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it either. It's
Fair enough.
weird.
Mine's Americanized, so no one can pronounce it because it's actually pronounced the way it's spelled.
Nice. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Jesse. Are you
so
doing intros or just?
yeah, we're gonna
Let's
be
not do
doing
intros. Let's
intros.
not do it.
Well,
Yes.
you know what? We'll start
That's
with you.
fine.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Fine. Yeah, I'm Jesse Jerdak. I'm a TTRPG bon vivant in personality. I don't know what the hell. I never know how to do intros right. I stream sometimes. I do cosplay. I make 3D models for people. I do all sorts of shit. I write modules. Buy those maybe. I don't know. Don't buy them. See if I care. What else do? I do things like this. I do lots of streaming and I fight bad guys. I'm mean to racists. That's my whole thing. Okay.
I think that's a good thing.
Worst intro ever.
Nah, that's good.
Congrats.
Let's go to your left on my screen. So that'll be Nick.
Hello. I am not muted. Yes, I am not muted.
Good job.
You did it.
My name is Nick, and I am. You'll often find me on Twitter and Twitch at Scry Society, where I run once monthly TTRPG charity streams. I'm currently on a hiatus as life got a little bit busier for me earlier this year with a new job. I'm hoping to eventually return, but in the meanwhile, I am taking advantage of joining as many other charity streams as I can, like this one. I am also the community manager for Shard Tabletop, a virtual tabletop for fifth edition Dungeons and Dragons, and soon the new Kobold Press Tales of the Valiant, the Kickstarter which just ended, and I'm very excited that we're bringing that to Shard as well. So
that's one I'm keeping my eyes on, so I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sorry I missed it. Are we doing character intros now, or we're waiting?
Your choice.
I'll wait because I don't think Jesse introduced his, so I'll wait.
He did not.
Okay.
All right, then above you is Bran.
Hello, I am Bran. I am on Fangang Podcast, where I pretend to be a vampire. That's generally where you can find me. It's fantastic. And when I'm not having that sort of joy, I am running Spirit of the Wild Candles, making all sorts of nerdy stuff for all of you.
And if you were here the first year, you'll remember Bran as one of the members of the Beholders.
One of the members.
Okay, next to you is Cheryl.
That's me. Hi, I'm Cheryl. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a PhD candidate studying ecology at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And when I'm not doing that, I spend far too much time playing TRPGs. You can find me individually on the internet as the Roving Naturalist, and also on Twitch, YouTube, and podcast places running the Nature Check project.
Ooh. And then next to you is Squeaks.
Hi, I'm Squeaky, or Kimberly. I am also she, her. I am one of the D&D crew, OD&D crew. We had a D&D campaign podcast, but we're doing Monster of the Week now. We also have our sideline,
you can do it.
Presents, whatever, Deadlands, so I play in that as well. Oftentimes when Dan is streaming video games, I'm usually on Discord with him. So if you're watching Dan playing video games, I'm shouting bullshit in the background. So that's usually how you can find me.
And yeah, I'm Dan. My wife and I are the ones who put this whole shindig together. So, go to Meowrathon.com. You can check out all of our previous games. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen above all the kittens playing is a list of things you can get if you donate. $1 will let someone re-roll. $2 will grant advantage or disadvantage, your choice. $5, add an enemy to combat. That gets interesting from our experience. And $10, I'll let you introduce an NPC, and you get to pick the details on that. So take advantage of that. That's fun. And all these donations go to our local no-kill, cage-free cat shelter, Simply Cats. They're great. They've been around for a very long time, and they make sure that the cats don't get put down because there's too many of them. For example, our first year fostering kittens, they got 23 kittens from a hoarding situation in Weezer. and they were all going to be put down. So we took 5 of them. And that was an introduction to kittens. All right. And with that, I guess we'll get the ball rolling. I'm going old school. I got paper. All right. So the scene opens up. We're in a carriage. It's rolling down the street, stopping to pick someone up on the side of the carriage is a kind of an illustration of a beholder, and it says "The Beholders," because nothing escapes our gaze. And for those not in the know, the Beholders are a bit of an investigative group. They're kind of hired for, they're like the A team, only they're not wanted by the law. And then, so the doors open, and we see a Firbolg who's entering the carriage.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
Greetings,
Yes,
young man.
Oh, yes, I'm a young man. Hello.
So so my character is a dwarf. I am a female dwarf. I'm wearing like a classic French-made kind of outfit. I have a bag at my feet, and I am currently working on a cross stitch. Oh, hello.
Greetings. And you see just a tall, kind of pale gray, fairly unassuming for a Firbolg gentleman. He's got kind of a rough shot, like almost a bowl haircut. Looks like he did it himself. And he's wearing what might have been at one point adequate adventuring clothing, maybe some light leathers, but everything looks very chewed upon. There's lots of little holes and everything, very ragged at the edges. And he's got just like a big box on his back, and he's holding it like a backpack, but it's clearly like a wooden crate. And he's got a bit of a pinkish blush on his nose, and he's very he seems uncomfortable around people, and he's just kind of weirdly waiting at the door of the carriage. Hello.
Are you the new one then?
I'm the new one. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
nice.
I think my character, for those who don't know, Colonel Ulysses Iron Tusk Relish the third, is a very large loxodon elephant like humanoid who is sitting. The side of the carriage he's on is definitely a little bit tilted towards him. I think everyone else has to sort of cram to the other bench to try to keep the carriage from rocking too much. In crisply pressed blue military outfit with like those kind of old school shoulders that are like very flat and then come down with like frills. It's a very old uniform, but it's a uniform that he, with the assistance of Corinne, has kept in pristine condition. He sort of leans down, and I should have mentioned when he refers to Jesse's character as a young man, Colonel Relish is somewhere in his 3rd century of life, so he considers most people to be young. Says, aren't you as strange as a mimic in a treasure chest shop? Why don't you come on up in the wagon and let us see what you can do?
Okay, you're a big one. My name is Bingo. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Do you like invertebrates?
Well, as someone who is might have fond of my own vertebrae, I'm not so familiar with those without them, but I'm sure I could get to know you. You look like you got a spine.
No, invertebrates, creatures that have an exoskeleton.
I'm not the scientist of the group.
I hate to ask, but is that what's in the box?
Why, yes. This is the band.
Oh. Althea is gonna scooch. I imagine that Plum Knuckle and Althea must
we
be
have
on
to
the
have a
opposite.
counterbalance.
Yeah, so the two of us have to be on the opposite side from the Colonel. So she like scooches a little closer to Plum Knuckle and is like, come on in, I guess. And you see this female elf with kind of dark teal hair. She's got one of those sort of like off the shoulder, like the straps are down here, blouse and like gaucho pants. And yeah, she just sort of scooches to the side to make room for you.
Why, thank you. sit across from our Loxodon friend to counterbalance, as we are both quite large.
Say this carriage has got to be made of some powerful stuff.
It's gotta be pretty good.
It's a wide. Wherever we go, there's another smaller carriage in the back that says wide load.
Yes.
Yeah. Get the lights in front and the back, and
Pilot car.
Yeah, Brand, why don't you tell us about Professor Plum Knuckles?
Trying to scoot over closer, to give more space. This massive half orc in a tweed jacket with leathers. He's gonna look over to Bingo and pull the tiny spectacles off his face and sort of rest them under his mouth. And when he pulls them back out, you can see it's just been completely chewed up and gnawed off on that one and sets him back. I like the cut of his jib.
That's a mighty high compliment coming from the professor there, Bingo.
That's a first. Most people don't like the cut of my jib at all.
Well, you'll find in the beholders, Bingo, that we're a strange group of folk indeed. So you'll be right at home.
I think you'll fit in just fine. I can be too.
Strange but effective.
You hear the driver of the carriage goes, "Yeah."
So, Bingo, should we be concerned for our safety with that there creature you got in the box, or?
Oh no. Invertebrates are actually quite peaceful. In fact, our ecology depends upon them. We need invertebrates. We would all die without them.
Ah. So they're like maids, because I'd be dead without Corinne.
Okay, no, that's so sweet.
Okay,
Yes,
and the
they're
carriage
like
starts rolling.
Yeah. This is where we challenge Dan we dare him to fit this adventure into the time slot while we RP.
We could spend 3 hours introducing. Yeah. So as the the carriage rolls on, you're not too far from your destination. What you all recall, and Bingo here was also brought onto the beholders and thought maybe this would be a good introductory job for him. Is that there are some kids who are having some weird stuff happen, walking at night, disappearing at night, coming back with dead animals, things like that. And the people of the town of Westwater believe that it's a witch. The challenge is they don't know which witch is which. And so it's your job to figure out who's doing this. And with that, your carriage pulls into the small town of Westwater. The doors open, and as you guys come out, you can see that there is just chaos happening. Apparently, even though the mayor called you in to try to resolve this, the townspeople felt that was not fast enough. And they are beginning to take matters into their own hands. There's some gallows set up. You can see 3 women tied up next to said gallows. The mayor's there, trying to calm them down. You got people yelling, "She's a witch! She's a witch! Burn her! She turned me into a newt!" Things like that. And the mayor's just trying to come out, and it's not working. And then he spots your carriage and you all standing there. And he's like, Look, they've arrived. So can we just calm down? And then, these folks are going to help us solve the mystery. They've solved so many mysteries in the past. And then at least, we'll pick the right person instead of just a person. And the crowd is obviously, kind of not happy that they were, interrupted their party, but they are willing to let you guys handle it, and they kind of disperse. You see the constable, take the ladies back to the jail, the prison, and then the mayor walks over to you. The mayor is. Let me bring up his description. You see, he's an orange tabby cat. Where is he? Yeah, he's in a 3-piece suit. Got that little top hat going on.
Fancy boy.
And he says, "Oh, it's so good to see you. That was real close, let me tell you. I feel like if we don't have an answer by dusk tonight, it's by the way, kind of morning still. We may
Here comes the sun.
we may not have any of these women this evening. So I'm glad to have you here."
You can rest assured. You said it was Mayor.
Yes, I am Mayor Crawford. Sorry, I'm all out of sorts.
I do like a little curtsy.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we won't allow such debauchery of the law to take place while the beholders are in town. Me, as a cleric of order, there is nothing I do detest more than a mob of unruly citizens attempting to take the law into their own unguided hands.
Yes, and you are the and he holds up a piece of paper. It's obviously like a missive, and he takes out his monocle. He's like, "Oh, last
The Monopoly man.
I lost the lens." And he's like, "Well, I can kind of see the side of your cart there. You seem like you're the right folks."
I would believe so.
So,
Did you want us to have this briefing conversation out here in the street, or was there?
I feel like, you know what? The sooner the better. We're burning daylight.
Well, in that case, can you start at the beginning and tell us what exactly your problem is?
Yeah, the kids are all messed up. We found them walking around at night. We've heard of some of them coming back with dead animals in the morning. Their eyes roll back in the back of the head, and they start saying weird things. It's chaos.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but
Yeah.
it kind of just sounds like children.
It does.
Not enough structure.
Well, they weren't like that, before. It seems relatively new.
And you said these children, before they start acting strange, they've gone missing for a brief period of time?
They find them missing in the bed at night, and then the children return in the morning. These are like kids like 5 or 6. I'm not talking like teenagers. I'm talking like little kids.
Are they returning?
I've turned into Ed Wynn over here.
Are their returns witnessed? Are they all coming from a particular direction?
They come from all over. It's very scattershot, or else we would have sent some folks out to check that out. But we don't see anything in the woods. And like I said, they come back with like a dead rabbit sometimes. It's messed up.
How long has this been occurring?
Oh, it's been happening. Do I know how long it's been happening? It's happening for a while. I'd say, let's say, been like about 3 months, as far as I can recall.
3 months before they called for help.
Well, it took a few months before the townsfolk kind of nailed it down to, like, them 3 ladies being a witch,
Was something specific done with the animals the children brought back, or were they just sort of disposed of?
Well, I mean, they're still good food. We're not going to waste good food. He licks his chops a little bit.
And, one thing
Yes,
that
yes.
we usually find is helpful when we come to investigate are there any particular folks of interest? Obviously, those 3 young women that you all had about to string up on the gallows, we probably want to speak with them. But any other folks in town who might we might want to speak to.
Especially anyone vocal about capturing those three.
Well, everyone in town kind of has a bit of an opinion. I'll tell you that much. I mean, your best bet would be to start with Captain. What was his name again? Moffat at the guard post. He's the one guarding the ladies. He might be able to direct you some ways. You know, he's been the one everyone comes to about things.
That was Moffat.
Moffat. Not Moffat. Not Moffat. Moffat.
Moffat.
That's a very important distinction. There's a little bit of a stress right on the last syllable.
It is. And what was his rank, you said?
Oh, he is the captain of the guard.
All right. Man of authority.
Yes.
Always want to talk to the captain of the guard.
Mm-hmm.
They
Anyone
know
else?
it. Oh, they're the one who did it.
And are there any parents who might be willing to speak with us about the behavior of their offspring?
Oh yes, most of the folks here have kids, and all of their kids have been impacted. In fact, I believe one of Moffat's kids have been affected.
All right. Well, it sounds like you folks got yourselves quite the mystery, but we're on the case, and we'll be sure to have it solved before sundown. Ain't that right, Bingo?
Of course. Dungeon Master, is this a large town, or is this like a small hamlet?
It's more of a small hamlet.
Small hamlet, all right.
Yeah. It's like a one general store sized town.
I got it.
And then he's like, I appreciate any help you can do. And he kind of goes down the line and shakes hands like,
Oh, it's an honor, Mr. Mayor. Such an honor to meet you. Oh, you're so nice. Well, we're going to do everything we can to help you, Mr. Mayor. We've got to protect the
I appreciate it.
I want to hold your hand too.
And he takes your hand.
Mayor Crawford, one last thing. Could you point us in the direction of the guardhouse, please?
Sure, it's right over there. And he points, and it's like right over there.
Sweet. Are we walking past like the gallows and the area where the crowd was in order to get there? Okay. Yeah. Presuming that we're going to wind up walking that direction, although it's foolish to presume we're actually going to follow the plot. Knowing this group, I will use eye for detail as we walk past that area. I'm not like diverting from our path that much. I just want to kind of do like a quick visual scan of that area for clues, if any, as we're walking to the guardhouse. So eye for detail allows me to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or to make an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues.
Well, unfortunately, in this area, there isn't really a whole lot to see that really gives anything away.
Yep.
I mean, oh, hi, it's the mayor.
Wow.
Man.
You got props.
It's if there was any evidence, it's probably been trampled by the hastily set up gallows and the crowd stamping the ground. And
well, that's what I was sort of looking for, was like anything that might have been dropped by the crowd or whatever. Like, but you're saying there's like nothing there.
Nothing that stands out as significant.
Before we leave the mayor.
Yeah.
First thing, I'm gonna approach the mayor and fish into a small pouch on my side. You can hear the wrangle of a bunch of pairs of glasses until I fish out a pair and hand it over to.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And he puts it on, and then they just kind of just fall off because his ears are up here, and there's nothing to hold up the bows. I'll see what I can do with that. And he picks them up and
just one quick question.
Yeah.
The witches you have, how long have you had them in your ownership?
Oh, have we had a week at most? I would say. Yeah, I think it was last Friday. It's Friday now, apparently.
Still, being weird.
That's a very good question.
It is.
Unfortunately, yes.
What day is it today?
Friday.
So 1 week.
Yes.
Pulls the glasses down again, starts chewing on. Kind of steps away.
I don't think it's the witches. If
I don't
they
think
are
so either.
indeed. How do you know they're witches?
That's just what that's what the crowd was saying. Like, we're just kind of going off. It's everyone that the crowd is reported to the god was involved with the situation.
And you've allowed these women to be kept against their will, but without any formal law charges for a week?
Look, we're doing our best here. No one comes out here. I don't know if you noticed the road. It was quite bumpy in that last half a mile, yeah?
It's hard to notice because our shocks are kind of broken anyway.
Yeah, it's clear despite
That was not our manure.
I'm
No
sorry
matter,
my bag's spilled.
Yeah, well, let's try to keep the top on that one there, Corinne, for the rest of this trip. But despite the length of the arm of the law, it has not reached this fair hamlet of yours. And as my companion Althea says, these women they deserve due process. So
that's why I called you guys.
We do so appreciate it. Well, we'll be on our way and get to investigating.
All right.
Don't you fret.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now,
starts just futzing with the glasses.
Yeah. I want to turn and say it now. Bingo. Typically, Althea, when she described us as strange but effective, Althea tends to be the but effective part of the group, so we usually let her direct us.
Not wrong.
But since it's your first job, I think that we should give you the honor of deciding what our first lead should be, if everyone else would be so amenable.
Of course.
I just want to point out, we've got 20 rerolls for Squeaky from Beth.
Wow.
Whoa!
That's my cousin. Thank you.
20.
So Corinne's going to be effective.
Yeah.
Although it's anything like that Deadlands game for everyone else.
Oh yeah, dude.
All right. So everyone, come together right now over me. I think we should formulate the game plan. We could talk to Captain Moffat.
I think it was Moffat.
Oh,
Captain
Moffat.
And then I don't know. I'm not a great mind, and I don't hang around people a lot. But perhaps they will forgive us for interrupting their barbecue if we find whatever it is they were looking for. I wasn't really paying attention. Because I could smell the decaying animal bones that they had been gnawing upon. So I shall defer to Althea, as I don't even remember the name of this town that we are in.
It's okay, I don't either. It's really not important.
Something meadows or ponds or I don't know, some cute little pastoral.
Strawberry Fields
town
Forever,
name.
perhaps.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Strawberry Fields. That was the town we passed on the way in.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
As you walk towards the guard post, you see the Westwater General Store and the Westwater Mercantile and.
See, I said pond. Thanks, sorry.
All right.
All right. So we have, if we're going to see Captain Moffat, we got the information that this person's child and/or children were part of the afflicted group, but also this person is standing guard over the women who are the current suspects. Although I think Professor Plumknuckle did hit upon a very insightful point that while those women have been in custody, the children have continued to be afflicted, which might indicate that those women have nothing to do with it. So would we like to start by asking the captain of the guard about the prisoners or about their own children? Because I think it would make the most sense for us to sort of attack from one questioning angle at a time.
Yes, attack the captain. Good call.
Well,
Plum Knuckles nodding.
BFFs, man. BFFs.
Oh, no.
They are of one mind because that's how many there are between them.
I think that speaking to this captain makes sense, and then Althea, what depending on what we learn from the captain, we can then go and speak to these prisoners.
Right. Well, what I was saying was, did we want to start by asking the captain about the prisoners or about their children? Because I think if we start crossing questions as we sometimes do with this big group full of good minds, I just want to make sure that we keep the questioning organized.
I agree. Well, let's ask about his children, and perhaps we might find our way into his good graces if he thinks that if he sees that is our first priority.
I think that's a lovely idea, Colonel.
It does make sense.
All right.
So you enter the guard post. It's a small 3-room guardhouse, southwest corner of the city. One room is open to the public, has several desks, chairs. You can see different guards sitting there writing reports. It's like a precinct kind of thing. And then in the next room, you see is the captain's office. And then you presume the jail cells are probably past there. As you enter, one of the guard folk at the desk stand up and greet you. Hey, I'm Lieutenant
Dan.
Javin. Lieutenant Diane. Let me bring that up. I keep typing on the wrong keyboard. Here he is, right here. Boop. I'm Lieutenant Javin. Can I help you? You aren't familiar.
No, we're here to see Captain Moffat.
It's Captain Marfit.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
He's quite busy. Is this business or?
Yes. We're here investigating the strange things that have been happening in the town. We were called.
Oh, you're the Beholders.
Yes.
Oh, you're those guys.
Guilty as charged.
Oh, yeah.
Careful throwing those words around, Corinne.
Oh, silly of me. It was just a joke, dear. We're not guilty of anything besides being extremely brilliant.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, yeah, the captain's waiting for you. Come this way, and he brings you into the back room where Captain Marfit is sitting. Bloop. There it is.
It's a lovely office.
He's sitting at his desk. He looks up like, "What can I do for you?"
Sorry. I have a very important question, Captain.
Yes.
Do you find invertebrates very interesting? Because I do.
I don't have time for anything without a backbone in this town.
Technically, they're all backbone.
Very rude. Sir, we're here to help, and you just insulted his friends.
In fact, we're here to ask about the affliction that your child was unfortunately a victim of. We were hoping you might be able to tell us more information about what happened to your child.
That too.
Well, it's kind of the same as everyone. Just one night, I come downstairs to get a glass of water, and I see my son. He's 4. He's just standing in the kitchen, pitch black, and he's
the
just.
kitchen was pitch black, or your son was pitch black.
The kitchen was pitch black.
Okay. Thank you.
And he's just standing there, and his head was tilted back. His eyes were rolled back, so you could see only the whites, and he was mumbling some mumbo jumbo. I have no idea what it was.
How long ago?
That was about a month ago. It started. It's been happening like every few days.
Recurring.
Yes.
Oh. interesting. And it's always the same, just standing, head tilted back, eyes rolled back, mumbling?
He did bring me a mouse once. Or I assume he brought it to me. He was, again, standing in the kitchen. Only that time, he was staring straight ahead and just had a dead mouse in his hand. Like, he had just rotated that thing underneath. I was impressed. I mean, that is he's going to grow up to be tough, but mice are not the way to do it. You know what I mean?
Did a little twist and shout.
Yeah.
I think while he's been telling us this, Colonel Relish has been walking around the office, like taking his white glove and like running it along the bookshelf. And I look at Corinne, and I just not impressed by the lack of cleanliness here. And Captain, this reminds me of a case.
Bag and pull out a dust rag and like.
Reminds me of a case I once worked where a bunch of children in town were acting strange. These strange little pods had been washing up on the shore nearby, and they'd been eating them and acting all. We called them Tide Pods. They were just making all the kids act all wild. So your children haven't been consuming any strange colored pods, have they?
Not that I have seen.
Okay, all right. Well, forgive me. And your son, was there anything that you noticed about him on the night of these strange disturbances?
Yeah, his eyes rolled back. He was saying weird things.
I understand that, sir.
We just had this conversation.
In preface to the strange event that night, was there anything different? Was his windows left ajar? Was there strange footprints coming to and fro from
there
your
was
residence?
I do the majority of the investigations in this town, so I'm pretty experienced with doing so, and I found nothing out of the ordinary in his room or outside. Yes.
Were all
you in the blue hair?
Were all of the, you said that you've done all of the investigating in the town, so I'm
correct.
Assuming that you might be familiar with all of the other children's strange activities as well. Then, yes.
That is correct.
Do they tend to occur in contemporary clusters? So, like a whole bunch of children are acting strange on one particular night, or is it different children every night?
It seems to be small groups, but it seems to be happening pretty much every night, and that's what has driven many of the folks here into a fervor.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get the impression that he's being honest with us?
Do you want to roll an insight?
I would love to.
First roll.
Woo!
Yeah.
15.
From what you can tell, he's telling you everything that he knows. Doesn't seem to be leading you on or anything, as far as you can tell.
I'm going to remove the lid from the box upon my back, and I'm going to take out 2 very shiny beetles that are snapping their mandibles and skittering about on my hand, and I'm going to place them on my eyebrows, and they're going to open up their wings and the translucent underwings, and I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Cool.
Ooh.
Scarabs, they're magical creatures, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see anything, DM?
So they've got handcuffs that are, they're magical. They're like arcane lock, right? Otherwise, it's kind of like you really don't see much magical in here other than like things maybe he got like at a tourist trap or something, right? Like, a picture of like this cartoon character that's moving, things like that, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Like what you would expect.
Nothing outside of what you would expect in a high magic campaign.
Captain, do you mind if we interrogate your prisoners?
You're welcome to it. And he opens the door behind him, which is barred. And there are actually only 3 cells, and each woman is in an individual cell. And they all look very huffy and not very happy about the situation whatsoever.
How far apart? How spacious are these cells? These 3 cells?
Not.
Okay. I ask
each one is probably like like a 6x6 cell with like maybe a foot between them of just the cement block kind of thing.
Okay. I asked for a reason because the radius of zone of truth is 15 feet. And so I'm curious if I were to cast it on the central cell, if it 15 feet on either side would capture everyone.
Yeah, I would believe it would.
The colonel would never cast the spell on without consent, but I do want to I wanted to get a sense of the room and say, well, hello there, young ladies. I apologize to find you in such
I'm 57.
Well, you don't look a day over 40, ma'am. We are actually here, believe it or not, hopefully to do away with the aspersions which have been cast upon your what I assume to be fine characters. We would love it if you three might be able to help us answer a few questions so that we might understand what exactly is going on in this town and how we can clear you of any wrongdoing.
Yes, it's not fun being in here. No, I don't like being in here either. So you see, if you examine all three of the cells, you see the first cell has a woman in a brunette human in her 40s. She does have kind of a youthful appearance, though, like probably some good makeup. Wearing a maroon dress, ruby brooch, hoop earrings, those kinds of things. And then in the next cell, you see a Blackford tabaxi woman, early 20s. She's got half moon earrings. And then in the last cell, you see a human female in her 80s. So when I said 57, I was lying.
She was lying. Oh, no, she was lying.
She was lying. Head cast on the truth. It's fine. She wears an ornate yellow shawl. She's got a burgundy dress and a lot of like dangly, clangy jewelry.
Goodness, everyone in this town seems to be very well dressed.
It's very classy, except for how they treat their women. It's not very classy now, is it?
I think what I would like to propose, if you three lovely ladies would be amenable to it, is for me just to cast a little spell that will let us determine whether or not you are telling the truth. Now, I should warn you, this is we are not in a court of law. This none of this would be admissible necessarily, and the townsfolk outside. We've dealt with their kind in the past. It won't suffice for me to just go outside and say that you three passed my zone of truth. I've dealt with their kind before. It will help us, though, in gathering additional clues so that we can better solve this mystery. Bingo, is there something that you've noticed about these folks? You seem to be paying mighty close attention.
Yes, I'm inspecting them. I'm scouring their physicality.
Bingo here doesn't mean any. He is not a leering, as it might appear that he is. He's merely gathering information.
Gathering information.
Ocularly.
Yes. Any magical residue?
Magical residue? I mean, they've all got some levels of magic. Things. Jewelry. Probably makes like a mood ring, kind of thing.
It actually.
Yeah.
They're all witches, I think.
Oh well, now Bingo. Let's not jump to conclusions. Unless you three are witches, and witches, there's nothing wrong with being a witch. I mean, given the time and everything. Look, let me just go ahead and just cast a spell real quick, and I'm going to let my associates here ask a few questions. So,
you did not actually receive verbal consent yet, Colonel.
This is true, Althea. Are you three ladies okay with me casting this spell? You'll feel a little bit of a warm tingly as you can resist the spell. I will not oppose that if you do.
The older lady says, I got nothing to hide. I've got 80 years of life behind me. The tabaxi is like, I suppose. And Isabel says, sure, go ahead.
One of them has a name.
Oh. You hadn't asked yet, so I wasn't gonna say them.
Yeah, so the colonel will take
the lady in red. Lady in red.
You hear the rustle of a little bit of a chain as the very large law book that the colonel keeps attached at his hip. His prehensile trunk will go down and grab the book, and I'll open it up. My eyes will glow white as I'll begin reciting, rather than like ancient words of like spells. He's like, and as it was forespoken in code section 2b subsection 3, and he just goes through and reads this like really archaic statute. A glow of white light will begin spreading in a 15-foot radius, encompassing probably the full jail, little jailhouse. And basically everyone who's in here, including my companions here, if they are okay with it. I've found that if you know that we also must tell the truth, it will make you feel more comfortable given the situation.
That does help, says the tabaxi guy.
And I meant it when I said you didn't look a day over 40, miss.
And I said it and I meant it when I said that you're a liar.
Working on number 4, Colonel. I will choose to fail your spell.
Okay. Yep. So the colonel fails his own spell. And assuming I would know if the 3 women, if any of them chose to resist. Otherwise, anyone who's inside the spell cannot speak a deliberate lie.
Yep.
Oh, I would like to resist.
Okay. The colonel won't. You don't even have to roll for it. Like if you're resisting, he won't.
You won't push it.
Yeah, I don't know if mechanically that's how Zone of Truth works, but the colonel is not one for like forcing truths out of someone.
Yeah.
So if Bingo's not comfortable, then he doesn't have to.
I'm awkward around people.
I've learned that, young man. All right, well let's.
Don't need Zone of Truth for that one.
Yeah, who's got some questions for these 3?
Did you do it?
Does that mean that the colonel knows that all 3 of them failed?
Sorry, yeah, Dan. Did the 3 women allow did they purposely allow the failure?
They did. They allowed it. They allowed it.
Yeah, I'll just nod to Althea.
Corinne?
Yes, did you do it?
The old lady says, I would never do such a thing. And the cat lady says, I'm not even 100% sure why I'm here. And the lady in red says, I didn't do anything to those children.
Well, I think we should probably, just to get things started, just to make sure we're all, just to sort of acclimate the spell. Why don't you all just introduce your names?
Got to calibrate.
Calibrate. Yeah.
So
as the colonel, as I'm holding open the book, it's flipped to like a blank page, and as people talk, there's just like a Richter thing that like pops up out of the book, and
nice.
That's how his spell manifests.
So the gal in red says, I am Isabel Westmoreland. I am an art dealer. I do not like the hustle and bustle of large cities, so that is why I am here. And I often work with the Mercantile Guild. And then the tabaxi says, I am Elizabeth Hospier. I'm a seamstress, and all I can guess is that I dabble in alchemy. And then the old lady says, my name is Matilda Weisengard, and I'm only in here because the mayor is mad that I think he's doing a shitty job running this town.
Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you all, although I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
Ditto.
If I could go back to Isabel, was it?
Yes.
Behind door number 1.
Yes.
You stated that you did not do anything to harm those children. Were those your words?
That is correct. I did nothing to those children.
Within the past 2 months, did you do anything that could have, as a side effect, affected the children in a nefarious way?
There's nothing that I would have done that could have directly harmed those children. If there's anything else...
Mm-hmm. And then, was it Elizabeth behind door number 2?
Correct. That is me.
Yes. You said you're not 100% sure why you're here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think alchemy can do... I make, like perfumes, things like that. I dabble. I'm an amateur. I don't know why they would even think that what's been going on could be related to me.
But you have not done anything in the last 2 months that could have directly or indirectly affected the children in a negative way?
Oh, I hope not.
Althea's gonna sort of stand on tiptoes and lean into the colonel's very large ear and say, whisper, those two have not been giving direct answers, Colonel.
Yes, I've noticed the same thing. Althea, I'm not one to force answers out of suspects, but I agree they have not exactly cleared their names in my book.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask. No, actually, you go on right ahead, Corinne.
I was just going to go up to Elizabeth and just start asking her questions about her perfumes.
Before you do that, I want to follow up.
How long does Zone of Truth last?
10 minutes.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. Matilda, you said that you think the mayor is doing wait, let me go back to my stenographer here. There's also a little illusory stenographer who's been taking notes. Doing a shitty job running the town. What exactly did you mean by that?
Well, let's see. Well, my husband was the mayor here for decades. He built this town. And after he passed away, this gentleman took over. It's just gone down the pot. And I'm pretty sure, he's sending money to, using city money to pay relatives, and I'm pretty sure. She kind of leans in. Pretty sure he's, not always with his wife. Things like that, and it's just, I'm at the end of my life. They could hang me, whatever, but my I don't want my husband's name, which is my name too now because we are married, to be besmirched by this bubkiss, this BS.
And what was your name again?
Matilda Weisengard.
And his name was also Matilda Weisengard.
Partly, half.
As you said, you took his name.
I took his last name.
Oh, you didn't specify. She lied.
I did not.
Now, bingo, they can't knowingly lie. If to be clear,
she unwittingly lied.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest.
In your mind, yeah. I unwittingly lied.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be just forthright with you. I've been a judge for just few centuries now, Miss Westmoreland and Miss Hospiera. You two are acting about as elusive as a pair of displaced beasts in a fun house mirror house. And I just got to say, if you gotta help us to help you. Okay. So if there's something that might redirect us to the actual perpetrator, this is the time, because this spell's only got about 5 minutes left.
There's nothing that I could tell you that the town couldn't tell you, and that would completely clear my name.
Is there anyone else in town then that either of the three of you would recommend that we do speak to, or that you suspect might have something to do with what's been going on?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me see. Who would be a good character witness? These guys. Oh yeah. So Isabel says you could speak to Leslie Copperpot in the Merchants Guild. We work together a lot. And let's see here. Would be a good one. The old lady, what's her name?
Hilda.
Yeah, I have her name elsewhere. Matilda. Yeah. She says, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the inn would probably speak up for me. I'm in there a lot lately. I have nothing else going on. And Elizabeth says, well, I don't really talk to a lot of people. I kind of keep to myself. I mean, I'd say you could talk to my mom, but she's not doing so great.
I might
Have
ask.
either of you
still
been?
lives?
Sorry, my old friend. Please go ahead.
That was it. Just bafflement that her mother would still be alive.
No, that was the last one. That last one was Elizabeth, the tabaxi.
Okay,
I guess I should have been
Okay,
clear.
yeah.
I changed voices, but it probably wasn't very clear because I have both gruff voices.
I should like to speak to.
Is there anyone you don't want us to talk to?
Oh, that's a good question.
Matilda was like, "Oh, I'm sure the mayor would have some things to say about me."
Oh.
Is
Well,
the Throne of Truth spell still up?
Yes,
Yeah.
you got a couple minutes left.
I would like to address the tabaxi and the young lady in the red dress and say, have either of you been copulating with the mayor?
Let's see. The Elizabeth says, a human? That sounds terrible. Or no, he's a tabaxi. Sorry. Yeah. She says, I don't really talk to people. And
That's not a very straight answer, now is it, darling?
And Isabel says, what human in their right mind would have that with that?
There's not a lot of racism and anti-polyamory sentiment going around in this jail cell. Right?
Yeah, Isabel, I've had 3 wives, and each of them have been from their own beautiful non-Loxodon race, and I must say, I'm offended by this personal belief of yours.
She says, I don't mean to offend.
Oh, wait, you mean because he's a politician? That I can understand. I've worked with many a corrupt politician in my day.
I like
She
it.
winks and says, could be.
Not while I'm drinking.
A yes and no would be nice. Just saying.
But yeah, so I do want to.
Well, now that that's over with, tell me about your fragrances. Do you have a shop?
The captain of the guard hears you say, now that's over with, like, all right, I think that's enough.
But I wanted some new perfume. I like to put it in the cleaner, so when I do the floor,
They are in here, they are not here to sell things. They are imprisoned because they are suspected of a crime.
You're suspected of a crime.
With that, he says, you are all excused.
Oh, no.
And he crosses his arms.
I shout over his shoulder, how do you feel about invertebrates?
Corinne, first we have to save her life, and that must happen before sundown. And then, ideally, tomorrow you could buy fragrances.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd offer you a nice discount if you were to save her from the gallows.
It's true.
I rather like how you smell.
Tomorrow.
And those of you watching, remember, donations can help these guys out. Or I know we've got a potential enemy the next time there's combat.
No. Yes, we had Zach W added an enemy to our.
Yep, but you can feel free to add some NPCs if you want. That'll make their investigation interesting. Because they won't know who's added, who's not at this point.
Yeah. Should we? I guess after that's we've left the jail. So we've got. Let's see here. We still got we've got the three folks that they suggested we speak to: Miss Leslie Copperpot, the innkeeper, and Elizabeth suggested we might be able to speak to her mother, but that she has not been well lately. So I don't know if there's any of those three, or if you all have another maybe a location in mind that we should go and investigate.
Well, we could also interrogate the mayor a little further about his motivations regarding Matilda. And Colonel, what's the legal precedent on going for an investigation in these people's houses?
Well, as a private investigator, we operate in a slightly different space than the officers of the law. So if we happen to be walking by one of those residences and we heard something that might make us suspect someone might be in danger, well, we would obviously be obliged to investigate. Or if Corinne, who is of course a certified inspector, were to notice anything out of code that was not hygienic through the window, we would be obligated to go in and address such.
That's absolutely right. I cannot stand a dirty dish.
That's how the plague was spread.
Which one?
Not rats?
No, well, the rats got into the dishes, which is then spread.
I can't believe you didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't.
Althea, you'll understand. I'm a man of scholarly background, and I'm pretty sure that's true.
When you got right in the center of town, they got the town map, right? So you can find your way around. How all towns do.
This tiny little town.
This tiny little town.
Here.
You are here.
Yeah.
And you know that there's the Pig and Spit Tavern, there's the Hornhelm Smithy, there's the Westwater General Store, there's the Westwater Merchants Guild, there's some docks and warehouses because it is on the water. And there's the mayor's house, and of course, there are some of the individuals' houses. They aren't labeled on there, but someone might be able to point you in that direction. Perhaps the captain of the guard if you hadn't pissed him off. There is still the lieutenant.
I have my doubts about the captain of the guard.
How so?
I don't suspect he even tested them to be witches. Did he have the black needle? Did he feed them a spoon of lard? I bet he doesn't even know what a witch tastes like.
Oh dear.
Oh, fool.
Oh no.
Are there any? You know what I just realized? Are there any children that we see running about town?
Ooh. Yeah, there are kids running around. There are people going about their day now. It's been long enough now. People are kind of settled.
Quick, Professor, grab him. No, Corinne, you've got some of those little mints you leave on my pillow, right?
You got to ET the children?
Don't run, I have candy.
Candy to children.
Oh, yeah, I believe that is a particularly effective way to lure the adolescents. You there, young one, and I just hold out a handful, gray-skinned hand filled with candied mints.
They're the nice ones. They're chocolate and mint.
Oh yeah.
They're really nice.
Like the one you get at our favorite restaurant, the Garden of Olives.
So did you say you handed it or did Corinne?
Oh, the Colonel, he took one from Corinne.
Okay.
I've got them here in my bag.
It's like a 6-year-old. He looks way up at you. Like, thanks, mister.
Hello there, young man. If you don't mind me asking, where are your parents?
Oh, they're out at the fields farming.
Strawberry fields.
Well, actually, we grow mostly alfalfa.
It uses up quite a lot of water, I understand. A real ecological challenge.
Well, we live by it, so.
Well, you know what?
He points over there's the docks.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll have to go and check that out. But before you go, take this candy with you.
Oh, thanks, another one, mister.
Yeah, you or any of your friends been any of the affected by these strange goings-ons we hear? Sort of.
He kind of looks down.
Oh no! Don't feel shy, young man. You're not in trouble or nothing. We're actually here to help.
Well, my mama says that I did bring her back a bird once, but I don't remember anything.
Well,
that's all right, sweetie.
I am like by far probably the shortest
You
person
might be at eye level, yeah.
As a dwarf, I'm just like
you like just slight lean.
And I kind of hands on knees.
It's all right, sweetie, if you don't remember.
Yes. Of course, I understand that you and the others don't remember anything that happened during the night. Is there anything you remember earlier that night before you went to bed? Anybody come and speak with you, or
my daddy told me good night.
Okay. Oh, that's very sweet.
He does it every night.
He does it every night. That's so nice. Does he ever tell you stories?
He's usually pretty sleepy, but Mama tells me stories.
Oh.
Well, you seem like a good young man. I apologize for bothering you. You continue to enjoy your day.
Thanks, mister. And he runs off.
All right. Well, it was worth it.
While they were having this conversation with the child, Althea's gonna put the Loxodon, the Furbolg, and the half-orc between herself and the child so that the child doesn't see and get distracted. Take out my Serpentine Owl, which lasts for 8 hours, so we should have it for most of the day. And I will activate it. So it turns into a giant owl for 8 hours. And it can communicate telepathically with me, and I will ask it to just start sort of like circling the town and looking for anything suspicious or out of the ordinary. And I don't know if you remember the voice you gave it last year.
I do not.
Oh, it was a I'm walking here.
Oh, that guy. Okay, I get it. All right. So, what you want me to do here?
Just circle the town boundaries and maybe out on the forest side a little bit, and just sort of keep an eye out for anything that seems unusual, out of the ordinary. Obviously anything sort of like occult or dangerous. If you see any of the children wandering, I know it's daytime, but just sort of take a look around and see what you see.
Gotcha. Look for witch stuff. You got it, Toots, and he flies off.
Great.
All right. Yeah, where to next then? We've now interrogated the 3 suspects, a child, and sort of the mayor.
And sent an owl.
And sort of the captain of the guard.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Is it normal for people to have sexual relationships outside of their marriage in this town?
I imagine that that's pretty common everywhere.
I was wondering if the mayor had a wife.
I think that Matilda did imply that he was married.
If his wife is aware of his infidelity, then perhaps she could be doing something to punish him.
That's possible.
It's good. Should we give the good mayor a chance to defend his name and question him, or go straight to the source, as it were?
I'm awkward around people, so
no.
Yeah,
I the giant box of invertebrates on his back.
On the arm.
It's like chattering and clicking, and they're scraping at the walls of it.
Oh, good.
There's always just a little bit of a scritch and rumble whenever he's around.
We should probably talk to the wife first, don't you think?
I feel like that could be a good idea.
Right to the source.
thank you.
Yeah. Can we? Oh, yeah. Can I like stop? I'll just look for like, are there town guards here or anything? Like,
Yeah, you've got the occasional ones wandering around just doing patrol.
Yeah, I might just say, excuse me, there.
Yeah.
We're here on behalf of the mayor investigating the local disappearances. We wanted to go and speak with his wife to see if she might know of anything. You know where she might be the residence.
Yeah, it's that house right over there. Like it's up the hill a little bit right there. The one was with the fence and the little I don't know what they're called, the little whirly-gig thing with the rooster on it.
Oh, weather vane.
I don't know if he's vain, but thanks for asking.
Okay, all right. You seem like a good lad. Continue on your day.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just gesture to the others. It's that one with the rooster.
I think that guard might have been the mayor in disguise.
Oh, like a decoy. Oh, that's so clever. And I'm like kind of like looking at him as we're walking back. Like,
he looks absolutely nothing alike.
Right. Probably.
Well, the mayor's a tabaxi. This guy was not.
Yeah.
Colonel, I get the feeling that since we're curious about sort of a sensitive subject and you have such a way of charming the ladies that it might be best if you took lead in this questioning as opposed to myself. I find that, I think you would do a better job in this particular instance.
I think that I like pat my book. I think we can get this taken care of. There's not many women that can resist having the legal code read to them by a person with such a sonorous voice as my own. Is that not right, Corinne?
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Yeah, you see, Corinne has seen me sway many a fair lady. You remember the time that we met the one innkeeper? I was reading her code section 32A regarding unlicensed use of a wagon. Oh,
she fainted dead away.
She sure did. Let's head on over to the residence.
We head over to the mayor's house. All right. So the mayor's house. Let's bring that description up, shall we?
Also, Jesse, you have to know every time you speak, I have to stop myself from adopting your accent. Southern.
It's hard. It's hard.
There's always one character.
It is tricky because I can see a party here.
Yeah. Well, I played the game before this and I was a Southern belle, so I was just like...
Where is the description? There it is.
Well, if they've got a rooster weather vane out front, there's a live, laugh, love needlepoint in the kitchen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm predicting real wine mom vibes. Off
All right. So you get to the door. You get to the place. You knock on the door. You are greeted by his wife, Gilda. It's like, welcome. I'm Gilda. Can I help you? She is.
Okay.
She is also an orange tabby tabaxi.
Oh, there's your picture right there.
There it is.
You're so cute.
She is early 40s. It's hard to tell with tabaxi, man. She's wearing a dress, jewelry. Julie's a little too fancy for the occasion. Basically hanging around the house. She's holding a glass of wine. Why not?
Glass of wine, why not?
Why not?
Excuse me, miss. I must have somehow stumbled upon the ocean. This must not be a house, but a pile of rocks strewn about the sea, because you must be a siren with this beautiful face and voice that I have been overcome by.
I'm just like staring up at him in awe.
You flatter me.
I hope I don't flatten you. If you be sure to watch my balance. Is that not right, Althea? And I give her like a wink of real, like obnoxious wink.
Well, come. And she brings you to the house, and brings you, to the a ground level parlor room. And there's already wine out, crumpets. And she's like, please have a seat. Are you these beholders that my husband had been telling me about? we're going to be here?
Yes, we are indeed. We've just we're going around town asking folks just a few questions. Hope it's not a bother for us to come by.
No, I'm glad to have you.
Well, in that case, I'll offer my companions a chance if anyone has any questions. But is there anything that you might know of before we even ask you any questions? Just anything that might be useful information for us about the disappearances?
About the disappearances of the children?
The disappearance and the reappearances, I should say.
Yeah.
And
yes.
the weird behavior, the mumbling and everything.
Yeah,
they are. It is creepy. I have run into them once, and it is so creepy. I've found one child just standing in the middle of the town square mumbling. Put me right off my wine. As she pours herself another glass of wine.
Oh no! Don't let me, and I take the glass.
Oh, thank you. Dear.
While they're continuing the questioning, I'd like to scan the room and any amount of the house that we had to walk through to get to this parlor with eye of detail or I4 detail.
I4 detail.
Yeah.
What you walked through, you really didn't pick up on. You could tell that their private rooms are upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So if there was any information, probably be up there.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have any pets?
They do not.
Madam,
yes.
Is there anything? I guess that would be good. We're trying to go through, and one of the first things we do whenever we come upon one of these mysteries, we attempt to eliminate the suspects. I know this is going to sound absolutely crazy, but if hypothetically we wanted to remove your husband, the mayor, obviously he's not the one committing these crimes. I think you and I both know that. But is there any helpful information that you might have that could help us further that elimination?
Everyone is out to get my poor husband, only because he is not the old mayor.
Yes. And after the old mayor died, was your husband dutifully elected?
Absolutely. He did nothing but be on the up and up.
Yeah, I've heard some not so great things about the old mayor's wife, Mrs.
Insight check.
Yeah,
on her as they're continuing questioning.
Go ahead.
Beat me to it.
That's cocked. That's better. That one's flat. 22.
Nice.
Yeah, her being aghast about what people say about him, like, it hits you. Like, she is definitely like, when you say that, you hit a nerve. You hit a fucking nerve with that one.
Yeah, I think as I'm like getting ready to say, and I've heard some things about that Miss Matilda Weisengard.
Oh, she's the worst of them all. She's been hanging up posters and telling people that my husband is doing terrible things, and I'm with him all the time, and all he wants to do is help the town. Her wine glass is already empty.
Yeah.
The professor's spent this time loading up a big wooden pipe with tobacco, strikes a match, and does a little puff off of it.
I've had enough of this conversation of children and witches. Let's have a more casual conversation.
Okay.
I like having revenge. Do you?
I do.
I mean, do I get upset about things? Yes, but I mean, I could never do anything that would jeopardize my husband's position.
Now we'll do that insight check.
Could I also do an insight check?
If you wish.
13.
Oh, I'm using ear for detail to turn that 4 into an 8 for a 15.
Okay.
Nice.
A dirty 20.
Yeah. All of you, I mean, she's, it's her convictions. Okay. I mean, Plum Knuckles, you're definitely like, you could tell that if it didn't risk all those bottles of wine and crumpets on that table, someone's teeth would probably get knocked out. if they aren't already fake teeth.
So, nobody ever really notices servants. That's kind of part of my shtick.
Okay.
So I'm going to, just sort of fade into the background and tidy up and investigation on, the room to see if I find anything. How did that get
You can re-roll 20 times. Don't forget.
I know, but it was cocked on the table. Yeah,
I'll give you a hint. Don't look in this room. I would not look in the sitting room that all the guests from outside go in.
Better.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn to Corinne and say, Corinne, I think that I left my extra gavel in the carriage. Would you mind fetching it for me?
Yeah. So I'll go do that, and then
because I think that's like a thing. Corinne and you and I we've probably
done
before.
Sure.
Yeah. And the mayor's wife just says, yes, go. Because again, she's the help, right? So go. So do you go upstairs and investigate? You looking around, snooping the house?
Yeah. I'm gonna just go as much as I can.
The perfect disguise in a nobleman's house.
Exactly.
I used 2 of my rerolls. Because I got a 2 and then a 5.
As you're going through, and some clothes are sitting on the bed, you fold them and put them in the dresser, things like that, because that's you. You're looking in the closet, hanging up some of the mayor's overcoats that he had laid over a chair. Sure. And
I'm refolding the socks because they did it wrong.
Yeah. And you trip over a board that's sticking up a little bit.
Ooh. I open that up.
You open it up, and inside you find a pouch of 276 gold coins. And a note that says, "Thanks, Cousin Eddie."
I'm going to take the note, but leave the money.
Okay.
I ain't no thief. But I'm going to take the note.
Okay.
And I put the board back as best I can. And how much did you say was 750?
276.
276. Okay.
It's a lot in this town.
Yeah. I'm going to tuck that away in my little pouch.
All right.
That was in what room did you say?
Bedroom, I think.
Their bedroom.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think meanwhile, while Corinne is investigating, we're probably just continuing
absolutely
casually having the conversation. I'm sensing the defensiveness and just said,
hey,
well, cool. Is there any reason or anyone that you can think of? Obviously, your husband is a man of upstanding character. Anyone else in this town besides Miss Weisengard who would want to bring about your husband's downfall?
I mean, there are some folks who, aren't liking some of the decisions he's making, like allowing the tavern to be open 24 hours and such. But, I mean, as far as I know, there's no one who would want to bring him down, so to speak.
Who is against this 24/7 operations of the tavern exactly?
Well, I know Matilda has been just banging the drum on that one.
Interesting. Is this the same now? Do you run a separate tavern from the inn, or it's
an inn and tavern?
It is, okay.
But the tavern part, we used to, it closes at around 10 p.m. But we're trying to get it open 24 hour, so we can really get some overnight business from travelers and such.
Stimulate the economy.
Exactly.
As long as you don't try to make any of it trickle down, because believe me, that's not going to work. It just don't. We've tried it. Now, Corinne did dump a bag of gold coins down a hill once, and they did roll down the hill. We did prove that. So if you were looking for a roll down economy, but trickling, it just won't do it.
Well, I don't know about that. That's my husband's stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think we've taken up enough of your time, madam. Corinne must have gotten lost on the way back from the carriage. I think that we should head back and we'll go and meet up with her.
Well, it was
unless anyone else had any other questions for this.
One more, please, if you don't mind. Very important question.
Yes.
How do you feel about invertebrates?
Nasty things.
Oh, good to know.
And
it's like the first time we've seen Bingo make a negative.
Oh.
She doesn't even pick up on it. She's just drinking her wine.
If I may,
Yes.
If it was your job, what we are doing today, who would you say is the most likely suspect?
I'd say hang them all. There's no doubt about it. They're all witches.
Oh. I see. Thank you.
There's your proof. Did you taste them?
No, but Elizabeth is such an odd duck, and she thinks she's...
Wait, she's shifted into a duck. You've proved this.
Colonel.
No, she's curious.
Well, she's cat. Curiosity.
Yeah.
No, Corinne, she turned into a duck, not a cat.
And Isabel, the way thinks she's above everyone. And of course, Matilda, she just looks the part and she acts the part, and she's a beast of a person.
So you have no qualms about condemning all three of these lives to hang?
Well, it's not my job. She pours herself another glass.
Have a lovely day.
You too. And
while she's preoccupied with her drinking of the wine, you'll see a large Goliath beetle fly out of my sleeve and begin to nudge the wine bottle over so it falls over on the carpet as we leave.
So as you're walking out, she leads you to the door and says, thank you for stopping by. It's always fun to talk to people from outside of town. And she closes the door, and as you start walking away, you hear, "Oh shit!"
I'll tell you, Bingo, it is a good thing that Corinne was not in the room to see that red wine spill on that white carpet. I do think she would have had a heart attack.
Good job, Harrison. I put him back in my sleeve.
That woman has an interesting outlook on things.
That's for sure.
And so I'll be like waiting by the carriage, and I'll like pull out the note out of my little pocket. And I was looking at my characters because I'm a divination wizard, and apparently I have nothing that lets me like
divine
track. Like, yeah,
that's not really a big part of the role.
NBD.
I'm just like I can charm person and make them a puppet and make them afraid of me. I can use an electronic device within range as if it was in my hands, but I can't scry a fucking note. A great tensor floating disk, though. That's cool.
Well, I think when you reunite with us, I think if you tell us about the note, Cousin Eddie, we've heard about a lot of characters today. I don't think we've heard anyone mention her.
No, I haven't heard that name.
No,
but I haven't heard that name.
But we have heard suspicions that the mayor was embezzling funds and distributing them to family members.
This is true.
So it could be unrelated, but still spicy.
Perhaps we could use this. Oh, go ahead, Corinne.
It's spicier than chicken broth.
Yeah, Corinne, we've talked about this. I know that your tongue is not quite amenable to the spicier of the dishes, but yes, I would say spicier than chicken broth.
Have I heard anything from my owl?
I don't see nothing. Toots, it just looks like people doing shit.
Okay, well, keep at it just in case.
All right.
I'll stop. I'm going to stop another random guard.
Oh, hey.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, what's up?
We were wondering, the mayor mentioned something about his cousin Eddie. Are you familiar with Eddie or Edward?
Oh. No one that lives here.
Okay. All right. That's, maybe he must have misspoken. Perhaps he was referring to someone else and I mixed the name up. Yeah. I appreciate the information. I'll just turn back to the group. Must be somebody he was embezzling outside of town.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he was telling the truth?
Oh, that guard back there? I don't see why he would have had any reason to lie to us. He seemed like honest about where the mayor's wife lived.
I mean, fair.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Pepper.
I love that all the
You're
guards
welcome.
folk in this town have their name tags. It makes it very very helpful.
It's canon now.
Very familiar and friendly.
Yeah.
Cousin Eddie
you
sounds like a shady name.
You mentioned
Maybe the bar.
Oh yeah. Didn't you mention the kid pointed to the docks?
Yeah, there's docks.
There's docks. Okay.
He was very excited about the docks.
Yeah. All right. So we've got a couple possible locations. We could go to the inn, speak to the innkeeper. That's who Matilda suggested. We've got Leslie Copperpot, Elizabeth's sickly mother, and we've got the mayor still. Now that we know this information about Cousin Eddie, and then we've also got the docks. I guess we could go and see. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking up to the sea and where the sun is in the sky.
It's kind of pushing noon now.
Yeah.
Noon. Shoot.
Yeah, it's noon according to our 3-hour block.
Yes. Exactly.
I will point out an interesting inconsistency we've uncovered, which might help us choose where to go next. Matilda said that the innkeeper would speak as a character witness for her, but the mayor's wife indicated that Matilda has been against the business of the tavern, which is attached to the inn, increasing their business hours. So is Matilda friends with the inn and tavern owners, presuming they're joined in some way like the buildings are, or is there some sort of miscommunication or infighting going on?
This is true. This is a bit of an inconsistency. Trying to figure this out is like playing chess with a mind flayer. It's really just got my brain all scrambled up. I say let's go to the inn and see what we can find out and get things straightened out.
All right, so you head over to the Pig and Spit Tavern.
Dan, I also just wanted to clarify something. The mayor told us, or gave as an example, that a child had brought back a rabbit. The captain of the guard told us his child brought in a mouse, and the mayor's wife said she saw a child with a bird.
Yeah, all the kids are doing weird shit, and I'm trying to give you variety.
I mean, I like my.
Sorry, I saw a theme in mouse and bird.
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to think of something little kids could kill. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
The person that is my brain that knows this is technically a cat themed thingamajig.
There's that too, right?
Exactly. I was like, is it cat themed? Yeah.
Are these all tabaxi kids? Is this like no big deal?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
All right, so you enter the Pig and Spit Tavern, and the dominating feature of the tavern is a giant spit in the middle of the room with a large venting hood through the roof. A boar is slowly rotating above the coals, and the rotating mechanism is being driven by some belts that go into the floor. You see, someone working, the tavern counter, and there's a couple, folks in there, eating, drinking, what have you. One of them is, so the person behind the bar is a tall human male in his 40s, unkempt hair. He wears a stained white shirt, stained white apron. Let's bring him up. Where is he? Where are you, bud?
I'm going to go around the bar and ask everybody if they care to learn about invertebrates.
That's a good idea.
Oh, did I miss it?
Being very normal about it.
I think I missed him and I uploaded everything. Well, use your imagination on him. And then there is a distinguished half-elf. Nope, not that one. Not that guy. He is... There he is. Distinguished half-elf. Wearing white billowy sleeves, clean leather vest. His blonde hair and pointed beard are nicely styled. And then I guess you guys can play with those too. And then we've also got a half orc. Oh, did he say what it is, Ari?
Not yet.
All right. My nephew just donated for an NPC.
Aww.
And this is an aging half-orc with a receding hairline, scarred face, tall and muscular.
He's not as strong as you, though, Plum.
Taking off the tweed jacket so I can look more casual.
1 second, guys. Hold on. Mike won't mute.
Keeping secrets.
A magical arm appears.
Oh no.
It's a mage hand.
The cat has come out of her sleeping hole.
He's gonna think about it and come back.
My lap.
Okay.
Come here. We love you.
Okay, so who do you talk to?
I guess we'll go up to the disheveled, or the man in the disheveled shirt, bartender.
All right.
Nice shirt.
Welcome to the Pig and Spit Tavern. I'm Bertram. What can I get for you?
A little information to start, please.
Oh, sure.
Are you staff or the proprietor or?
Name it, I'm it.
Oh, great.
It's a one-man operation.
Ah,
I want to
Interesting.
look at the menu. I want to see what kind of stuff they serve.
He expertly flips it out and
Professional
lays it in
curiosity.
front of you. Yeah, while talking to these folks like he does it all the time.
How fancy? Like how fancy are the like or is it like just like sandwiches, or does he have like fancy stuff that he
like
makes?
jalapeno poppers.
It's
Yeah.
Sandwich.
yeah.
If there was an equivalent to Michelin stars.
It's more of a if anything, it's more like Chili's.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So unlimited strawberry lemonade, everyone. Actually, I don't remember if that's Chili's.
Sparkling
The
strawberry
original
lemonade.
Strawberry fields forever.
Oh boy. It's a one-man operation.
He leans over to Karen real quick and says, "Our specialty is the alfalfa shake." Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh. I mean, Colonel Relish would probably love that.
Probably, yeah.
Soylent Green. So we heard that you were trying to keep the establishment open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But if you are the only one running it, I assume you need to sleep.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we were open 24 hours, I'm sure I'd be able to make enough to hire someone to work evening, right?
I see.
Money comes in, positions come in. It trickles down.
Oh no.
Sorry, rolls down. Roll down. I heard this new thing. It just yesterday.
Oh boy. I see. So you have not actually made any efforts to extend the business hours as of yet. This is just a plan or an aspiration.
No, currently the policy is that I have to close up at 10.
Whose policy?
The previous mayor put that in policy like a decade ago. It's old school kind of stuff,
That's Mayor Weisengard, former mayor.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the former mayor's widow, Matilda?
I am. Yeah.
How would you characterize your relationship?
I would say she's got her morals and ethics, and she sticks to them. She's nice, but she's just sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, right? It's just business.
And can I ask, do you know anything about any of the other two women that are being questioned as witches? My concern is that the town may be rushing to mete out justice to those who may not be deserving of it.
Oh,
you catch me.
yeah. Matilda's a lot of things. She ain't a witch, and I don't know Elizabeth all that well, but she doesn't really wander around. She takes care of a sick mother, like. She doesn't have time to witch, but Isabel, I just
Witching
right
takes a
here,
lot of time, so
right here, he's patting his gut like it's her.
Elizabeth.
No, Isabel.
Oh, Isabel, the art dealer. What is, I'll be honest. I was surprised to see that a town such as small as this one had enough business for an art dealer and a mercantile guild. Anything you know about that guild?
Sure. I'm sure there's lots of things I know. So we are we do have the docks and some warehouses and stuff. We aren't a destination for many folks, but we work with merchants and stuff. They pass through, they store stuff here. We're kind of in the middle between Westfall and Fall West, and and so it's a
East Rise,
and Southland. So we're kind of a good central spot for storing the materials. Sort of a, if this was like an Amazon forest here, it would be a Amazon warehouse.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well that's good to know. You mentioned there's warehouses down by the docks, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, the merchants, they'll store stuff here so that they don't have to travel so far to get their supplies.
Okay. Well, and is it you that is asking the mayor to extend the hours, or did the mayor come to you with this idea?
Oh, we were just, he came in to drink one night and, I had to do last call and he's like, man, I wish I could be here all night. And I'm like, I wish I could make money all night.
There was that organic of an idea. Interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, well, that's good to know. All right. Well, I do appreciate your time. Althea, was there any other questions you had?
As you are talking, a middle-aged, average-looking lady in kind of fancy purple clothes comes walking in and just sits at a table. Well, she grabs a menu and then sits at a table.
I was just curious. The pig that is cooking in the center smells lovely. What sort of fuel were you smoking it with?
Mostly alfalfa. We have a lot of alfalfa. It gives it an alfalfa flavor and scent. It's really.
Yes, I can tell. And the
Uno Pequeño alfalfa, we call it.
Oh. And the mechanism that's turning the spit is rather ingenious. How is that powered? I see it just goes into the floor.
Yeah, it's just powered by I don't know that stuff. We have some of the merchants came in, and there's gnomes with them that know how to do those kinds of things, and they're like, they saw me running over and doing the thing, and they're like, if I gave them free meals for a week, they'd hook me up.
Insight check on him saying he doesn't know how it works.
It's the children.
That's what I'm thinking. 16 plus 7 is 23.
You believe that he is clueless.
Okay. I believe that he is clueless.
And you said that woman that came in while we were having this conversation. Sorry, you said it was what about her caught her eye?
She's well, for one, she's only the third person in the entire space right now, but she's also kind of average-looking, middle-aged woman in like kind of fancier purple clothes.
Oh, before I go, who was that woman that just entered the tavern?
Looks over and is like, oh, that's Hagatha.
Hagatha. You have a person in your town named Hagatha, and you arrested 3 women you suspect of being witches, and she was not one of them.
No, Colonel.
Oh, she didn't do it.
No?
Nah,
why do you suspect that she didn't do it?
Oh, she's lived here for 200 years, never caused any trouble. Oh. She does. She is a witch. Honestly, she is a witch. But she's a healing witch.
Oh.
She's sort of our local doctor, if you will.
You would have thought that the mayor would have pointed us to her first.
She didn't do it, man.
Well, but perhaps she might know of some information that could be helpful to us. Well, I would like to take one of those alfalfa smoothies. To go. Do you have a to-go cup? Biodegradable, preferred.
Absolutely, it's made of alfalfa.
Oh, right.
I'll get that going. I'll bring it out to you. He goes and starts working in the back.
So, like, okay,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
edible.
if
It's like Willy Wonka.
I don't know if this is anything, but like, so does he have like a kitchen back there?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanna do. I don't know. I want to do detect magic. Just be like, how can one person? I don't know. It just seems
They
weird
just
to me.
cook
that, like,
giant pigs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, fair, but like, are they like pig jalapeno poppers? Because like,
pig
poppers.
Jalapeno.
I mean, I guess jalapeno poppers typically do have bacon, don't they?
Yeah.
But, yeah. I don't know. I just.
But unfortunately, his jalapeno poppers are stuffed with alfalfa.
They are.
Yeah.
It's alfalfa cheese.
Could very well be barking up a wrong tree here, but Corinne is finds this a little bit sus.
Yeah.
So what is she doing? She casting
I
detect
just doing detect magic to see if there's anything like, I don't know.
I mean, you look around and similar to the captain's office, you see the kinds of things you would expect in a tavern to be kind of magical, like the blender for the smoothie, magical, and the spit, the machinery is glowing a bit, but nothing weird.
Okay.
I would like to. Is the other half orc settled up at the bar, or
he's kind of down at the end of the bar, drinking.
I want to saddle up next to him, and speaking orcish, while reaching my hand out for the arm grab.
Yeah, he returns it.
A quick glance to make sure there's none of the beholders within earshot, and just to lean in.
I remember the field of battle, and I remember glory.
I sit down with.
He says, "Have you ever played Hillball?"
There's a slight twinge in the professor's eye. Now starting to recalculate where that scar may have come from.
You got the build for it.
I imagine it would suit me well to learn.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest sports here in town. You grab a ball, you run down a hill, and people try to make you stop running down that hill.
I've played a similar game, but it was a wheel of cheese.
Sounds good. Sounds delicious.
You're local here, yes?
I am.
Any thoughts or insight about the events with the children?
The children? I don't. Let's see. It's creepy. I come, go home from here at 10, freaking 10, and sometimes I run into a kid just out there.
What do you do when you see one?
Walk around him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lean over to Corinne. Corinne, I don't speak much Orcish, but I do think I overheard the professor just say cheese wheel.
That's not very surprising.
Yeah, we don't have that's a borrowed word.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when we had him over last Tuesday, remember, he just ate all the cheese.
He did. All right, well, I don't want to interrupt his interrogation. I just thought you should know he's still going on about the cheese.
Oh, when would we ever?
It's right there on the table behind her.
It's true, yep.
Not for long.
Ask him how he feels about invertebrates.
It's a bit of a chin rub trying to figure out the proper translation. but I attempt it. I attempt to ask the question.
And he waits because he's polite, even though you both speak common as well. But he saw the stroke, and he has those moments as well. So
moments of stroking.
Yep. Stroking moments, they call it.
I think while the professor is finishing up his conversation with the orcish patron, I'll head over towards Hagatha.
Okay. She looks up. She's like, "What do you want?"
Oh, I was just coming over to offer to buy you your next drink. We're new in town and just attempting to befriend some of the locals while we investigate the strange goings on.
Oh, the witch stuff, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Just kill the witch. Yep, we'll just kill the witch. Kill all the witches. And she sits down and starts looking at the menu again.
I'm sorry. Are you in support of killing the witches, or is that sarcasm that I detect?
Oh, I would never be sarcastic with a stranger.
I think she's being
Well, I couldn't help but notice you were one of the few guests here in the tavern. I'm curious, do you have any thoughts on this proposal to extend the hours to all hours of the night?
Well, I mean, us witches are only allowed out at night, so I suppose I'd love it to be 24 hours.
Wait a second.
I look out the window.
The town folk here don't let you wander during the day?
I hear them talk. They only keep me around because of my abilities.
But you're not one of the suspects being kept in the guardhouse.
No, I'm not. But I feel like it's kind of rude to have any suspects in the guardhouse.
Be that as it may, we were told that you are a bit of a town doctor. I don't suppose you saw or treated any of the children who have behaved oddly after one of their episodes.
Oh, I tried. I've got healing magic, so I couldn't really tell, what was going on exactly. But, there was something going on, something keeping me from getting in there.
Like a barrier or a curse?
Or a hat?
More like the second thing, less like the third thing.
Are you familiar with any other practitioners of magic in the town, especially others who might have sort of stronger powers?
I'm the strongest one in town as far as I know. I'm not aware of any other witches. We've got, the gnome. They've got magic, but like gnome magic, right? Those kinds of things. But, as far as I know, I'm the only witch, and I know healing magic.
But if someone scrapes their knee during the day, you can't help them because you can only come out at night.
That's what I tell them.
Again, I look out the window.
She rolls her eyes.
A curse that would only intermittently affect them?
She shrugs. I ain't got that kind of magic.
No, I wasn't suggesting you did. It just sounds rather odd.
Well, I haven't really hit up against things like this very often.
You said you inspected one of the children.
Yes.
Were they mumbling like the rest?
Yeah, and I could not quite place what kind of language it was speaking.
Can you recall any of the syllables?
Not particularly. They were like, I don't even know how to make those sounds with my mouth.
So was it like an actual language that you or I might know?
I'm making an assumption here.
We were told that this seems to only be afflicting the children in the town, but is there a certain age range?
Seems to be stopping at like around 10, 11. I haven't seen anyone really older than that, as far as I can tell.
Who's Eddie? Do you know of an Eddie?
No, I don't know an Eddie.
I don't either. I'm on the hunt for an Eddie.
You and me both, kid.
All right. Well, my last question is: do you know of any strange goings on at the docks? We've heard some rumblings about some interesting things happening in town, and just wonder if any of those are happening at the docks.
I haven't heard anything weird happening there. Just merchants dropping off their stuff, picking up their stuff, moving their stuff, sailing boats, not sailing boats.
Need submarines?
Not yet.
Perhaps ochre submarines.
Not since that one.
I assume, Bingo, you must like submarines because, like invertebrates, they're like a hard shell on the outside with the soft, gooey bits on the inside.
Right, and a pressurized gas on the inside. Ted, this is probably a poor time to tell this joke.
It's actually the best time.
Yeah, Dan, we got to pause. We got to go to break.
Okay.
The party to get it together.
Well, let's get together. Everyone take a breath and take a pee.
Should we go poke around the dogs?
We're doing great.
And we're back. Remember, donate. You can add monsters. You can add, because we're going to have a fight at some point. And you can add roles. You could add, NPCs. That worked out really well. For those not in the know, Hagatha was my nephew's NPC that he created.
His nephew is 8, by
the
way.
Yep.
That was a great NPC, though.
Like, came up with the name and everything. And I just love that the name and was enough for the colonel to go, fuck, dude. All right. So where are we at?
Headed to the water.
Heading to the docks.
All right.
I will just say in passing as we're walking, does it strike anyone else as odd or interesting that the mayor's wife was making really great time on that wine bottle? And we've also now heard that the mayor was sad and wished that he could be in the tavern all night. I don't know if that matters at all. It was just kind of an odd coincidence.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I thought this alfalfa smoothie is something. It is something else. I've found myself quite befuddled by this mystery. I've been trying to figure out what the connection between children and strange behavior at night and trying to keep the tavern open. I'm honestly finding myself not quite as up to snuff as I would like when it comes to this mystery. But you do bring up a good point. Those two seem like they might be quite a pair of drinking. Mm-hmm. What is the word I'm thinking of? A lush?
Mm-hmm. It just it sort of strikes me as one more notch in the count of sort of things to tarnish the mayor's reputation. I don't know. The fact that the children appear to have been cursed, as far as Hagatha was able to tell us, that seems odd, very malicious, a targeted attack. Also that it's such a restricted age range.
Yeah. Well, and the fact is, we've spoken to folks all across town. We haven't spoken to anyone from the Mercantilist Guild or Mercantile Guild. Now, I don't know, maybe they might not want this deal to go through, but I guess we'll just go down to the docks and see if we can find anything.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if there's a rival tavern in town.
Well, that's what I thought too, but the guard mentioned that they were a one in town.
That's true, and they'd be under the same 10 p.m. rule anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Unless.
All right, so you're getting the solution is to just lock up all the children every night.
Oh, well, we don't have until nighttime. We don't have until nighttime, unfortunately. But you said easy. Corinne, were you thinking of a speakeasy?
No. What?
Now, Althea and Karen go into business together.
Where sometimes they have them on boats out at the sea, so it's just outside of town. So it's not
a party boat.
Oh, international waters. If you're in a river, you're in international waters. Everybody knows that.
Is that
As long as you're 15 feet from the shore. Correct me if I'm wrong, Professor.
They call him a mellow displacer beast.
Exactly.
What?
Easy. Yeah.
Right, so as you are talking, you show up at the docks. It's kind of a standard dock. You see a big buff man walking around. He's in his 50s, trimmed black beard. That's a long ponytail. You can't see it in the picture. It's behind. Leathery and tan. Skin is leathery and tan from working in the sun. And he's moving boxes.
Good looking lad.
Well, you there? Do you have a moment for us to ask you a couple questions?
Oh, he looks up. He's like, "Of course, my friend. What can I do for you?" And then he's moving boxes from one side to the other.
Yeah, Colonel Ulysses Iron Tusk Rush III, one of the beholders here in town to investigate the strange goings.
Oh, I heard about you guys coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know anything about what's been happening with these kids or the mayor and this business about keeping the tavern open. We're trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and just figure, why not go straight to the folks who live here?
Well, that's a real good idea. These folks get thirsty, don't they? Have you noticed that?
I've noticed somewhat of thirst among some of the folks, but the tavern wasn't exactly as packed as I might have expected for a town. It seems like the demand wasn't quite there.
Yeah, some folks have demand, and he walks away and just kind of leans on a barrel, and there's an empty bottle of Moradin's morning ale. Yeah, some folks get thirsty.
Are you requesting we find you alcohol to drink?
I would never do such a thing, my friend. But
I've got some of this alfalfa smoothie left over. If you'd like there's some crunchy bits at the bottom. I'm not sure if that's alfalfa or
he leans a little bit forward more, and it scoots that bottle forward a little bit. Like, oh, I would never take your smoothie.
All right. I think I see what's going on here. This gentleman wants me to go throw this bottle away in the trash can for him.
This would be so much easier if he just wanted a drink.
And I pop the flask into
Were the boxes that he was moving labeled, or is this just a Captain Morgan insert and he's not?
It's more of a he'll talk if you get his whistle wet with a very specific drink kind of talk.
All right, Professor.
Yes.
I think actually that flask might do the trick. If you wouldn't mind, just a little bit here in this bottle. I suspect.
Of course.
Now, are you doing this right in front of him?
Yeah, we're literally just filling his bottle with his liquor, and then I'm gonna put it with a trunk and slide it back. Oh, well, would you look at that, young man? It seems we looked away, and some sort of fairy or forest creature came and left some strange substance in this bottle.
Yeah, that substance definitely isn't Moradin's morning owl.
All right. I think I left my the rest of my alfalfa smoothie at the bar. I'll be right back.
Oh, the bar doesn't sell bottled drinks.
Oh.
Where can one get some Moradin's morning ale?
Well, if it was me, I'd go to the general store.
What if it was me?
I'd probably do this. If I was you, I'd do the same thing, I think.
Well, we haven't stopped by the general store yet. I guess we could go and speak to the proprietor there.
What if it was me, I would just break his jaw.
What if
I'd have an awful time speaking about my information, wouldn't I, friend?
What if we start the process of getting you what you need, and while that's happening, you can answer some questions.
I don't mind going on an errand.
Oh, I was going to send my hand.
Oh. Okay.
Unless you don't want to be here for the questions.
I think I'm a very upfront person. I feel like you are too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm taking out the wooden hand and be like, if I activate this and give it some money, it'll go buy a bottle and bring it back.
Yeah. And maybe I'll talk once we're both up front.
All right, I'm gonna
purchase some ale.
Yeah.
Plum knuckle.
Well, I'm gonna. I am gonna go kind of just pull the investigation trick again on the docks. I know docks. It was while we were on break, but I did say that Corinne is a river dwarf.
Okay.
Who grew up on boats.
Okay.
And harbored.
So there are no boats currently.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Yeah, so I'm gonna wander around and investigate things.
All right, go ahead, do it. Do it.
18.
18.
Still got 18 rerolls too, so
get those out.
You're wandering around. You slip in between some warehouses and and you find kind of one that's seems like there's a door in the wall, like, but it's just a corrugated wall, but you can tell like it's designed to be opened.
Mm-hmm.
And so you peep in there, and you see a bunch of crates.
Okay. Is there anybody else in there?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna slip in and I'm gonna investigate a crate.
Right. So as you look at them, you see that they are all labeled Isabel.
Okay.
Anything else?
Can I see? Am I able to open one?
Yeah.
I want to open one.
All right. So you open it up, and it's a bunch of like plants, like dried, like they're jars of things, and they're they're basically, from your experience as a wizard, they're reagents.
Okay, she's not the one. It was Elizabeth that was the. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me an Arcana?
Arcana. Yeah, we'll do that one. Arcana. +3. 17.
You look at them, and what you can tell is that this is not the type of stuff that you would use to make perfume. They're a lot more magical reagents.
Yeah, but she's not the perfume one anyway.
So. Elizabeth is the perfume one.
Right. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Just saying that the kind of reagents they aren't the kind of things you'd expect someone to be making perfume or something like that with. They're more magical. They're more magical reagents. They're the kind of things you'd find in your like reagent belt or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll try to put it back together as best I can the way I found it. I'm probably pretty good at that, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, that's your wheelhouse.
Yeah. Put things back the way I found them, and then go back.
Yep. Okay.
But then has the hand returned with this bottle?
Has it? How long?
I don't think he likes that. So we're gonna have to.
I've been sliding the bottle we poured into.
There's the hand comes back with a note on it saying, "WTF."
Did it pay for a bottle? Though?
Nope.
Like,
it's like
I was going.
For all he knows, it's like one of the teens in town trying to buy a beer.
I was going to go actually try and purchase a bottle while the people that are charismatic and intelligent were doing other things.
Oh, well, you're on the wrong. No. I feel like it should be an or.
Charismatic or intelligent? Oh, boy.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess, yeah, if we'll just keep an eye on the dock.
Basically, I'll just let you know what Corinne found is what he'd be able to tell you, except more clearly defined.
Got it.
He just had a suspicion.
Yeah.
All right, I've got this ale. I've got it now.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, friend. So, what I could tell you is that I suspect Isabel may be bringing in some trade goods around me, not checking it in through proper channels.
Interesting.
But what? This is strange. These things that you found, Corinne, could they be used to?
That she hasn't told me.
I haven't told you about it yet.
Oh, sorry.
I came back like all excited, like I'm gonna tell you when we're done here. I'm gonna tell you what I found, and then he says that, and I'm like,
What kind of goods you think that she might be bringing in?
And I was excited again.
I don't know. She works with the Merchants Guild. Who knows? Maybe something for them. I mean,
I'm definitely looking happy again.
She's pretty. Between you and me, she's pretty hot, so I'm not really saying anything. You know.
I don't know at all.
It's an interesting defense. All right. you've been less than helpful, but I do hope you enjoy your morning ale.
I will. He winks and I have to get back to work. And you see him kind of just swing down under the dock. If you peek through the things, you kind of think he hung up a hammock there, and he's just.
I don't think he's working at all.
No. Corinne, you seem very excited about something.
Yeah, so I'm like,
yeah, she's definitely bringing stuff in. I found all of it. It's a big box of scissors. Isabel on it, not very crafty of her, I'll be honest. And just a bunch of plants and herbs and magical stuff.
Interesting.
I'll explain about like the hidden door and the crates and like all the like, I probably recognize a lot of those. Like, oh, there was hemlock and.
You know what? Do me a favor. Roll another Arcana for that.
Yep. That's actually probably real fair. I'm gonna use a reroll.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a reroll.
Okay.
13.
13. Okay, so you recognize like half of the ingredients enough to be able to say. Does anybody else want to maybe roll an Arcana based on what she's describing to you?
Yeah, I don't think the Colonel would really be too great at that.
Not Arcana per se, but like as a roguish type person, does any of it strike me as like poison ingredients or like akin to that kind of stuff?
I mean, there's some things that, I mean, if you did it right, probably could be, but it doesn't, the way she's describing it, it doesn't sound like she's trying to make a poison.
Right, okay.
Anything's poison if you put enough of it in someone's body.
I just want to do. I want to do a sniff
at least once.
Check.
I've got
a sniff check.
Okay.
I've got keen smell. Just like from Corinne having like ruffled through. Is there? If I'm like, oh yeah, that's like a specific ingredient or something that I might have heard about in one of my my criminal.
You know what?
cases.
Yes, let's do it. I think I can dig that.
All right, with an advantage, perception. I got a natural 20 plus 6 for a 26.
Yeah.
All right, so
super sniffer.
Based on what she's describing and what you're smelling, you're like, I had a case like this once. It involved necromancy.
I don't know if it's the alfalfa, but Corinne, you've got the smell of death on those hands of yours.
Excuse me, sir.
Corinne, I know that it is offensive for me to imply such a thing, but this trunk of mine does not lie. There is something necromantic going on here.
Well, be that as it may, we still only have partial evidence because there's no sort of modus operandi, right? A bunch of dried herbs in boxes is not how they're affecting the children. And we also don't have a motivation.
Yes, we do still lack that indeed.
Well, I'm stuck. No, that was the wrong accent.
Golly!
Well, wait a second. Do you know who else might not want there to be a 24/7 bar? Is a general store that sells bottles of alcohol.
Oh.
I didn't ask them. I just purchased the ale and then came right back.
Or the art dealer who says she doesn't like the hustle and bustle of larger cities.
True.
Well, Isabel was the art dealer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
if opening the tavern's hours would welcome more travelers in as they hoped, or they said they hoped, then perhaps that would turn this one general store hamlet into a bustling town. And this seems like a very odd motivation for cursing a bunch of children, but people are odd. So perhaps she's trying to make it less likely that that would happen.
If there only was a place you could go to maybe find out more information about Isabel, but just doesn't exist.
I think that this means we need to go to the Mercantile Guild.
Perhaps, yes.
I think so.
Leslie Copperpot it was?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I take out my notes. I guess it's Mrs. Copperpot next on the list.
Staring out of the docks next to Bingo, kind of pointing out to the water.
I like how the seaweed has those little beds.
Small beds of seaweed. Yeah.
Yeah, like little krakens could be inside there.
Small
Little krakens. Never heard of little ones.
Oh, little baby kraken.
They probably start small.
And then on that note, you go over to.
Really on topic this time.
Yes, because it fades out as we're talking about tiny baby
The
Kraken.
sun is over there now.
Well, here comes the sun.
There goes the sun. And you hear people saying, "Help! I need somebody." All right.
Krakens are also invertebrates.
All right. So you head over.
There were little beds of seaweed. Come on.
So you head over to the Westwater Merchants Guild. It is a.
So it's like the guild hall.
Yeah, it's like a little guild hall. It's a loose association of traders and merchants kind of thing. You know, they all just agree to work together to store and trade and set the prices so that the funds will roll down to the people who live there.
Yes.
This is the second game I was a part of where there was a discussion about the bourgeoisie. All right.
Topic nowadays.
Yeah, that's weird. So as you walk in, you see, a middle-aged female gnome. She's got black frizzy hair. Where's she at? She's got glasses in the game, apparently, half moon glasses, but she takes them off. She only needs them to read, and she's walking by, walking around with a scroll open, going, "Trade is down 8%."
Oh, are you Mrs. Cobble?
Don't sneak up on someone like that, she says, gnome to the Loxodont.
Sorry, Miss. I'm not normally one to be very stealthy on my feet. You just seemed rather buried in your ledgers.
Well, just ever since this witch thing started happening, just people aren't coming here, and they're not spending money, and we're not making money.
Well, that's actually why we're here. We'd like to help you rejuvenate your business about dealing with this nasty business as quick as possible. So we're here to see if you might be able to speak to us about Miss Isabel Westmoreland.
Yes, what about her?
Anything that you know about that might clear her name of what she's been accused of.
She mentioned you as a character witness.
Well, she's in here quite often. She works with folks. I believe she imports art.
That's what we understand. Anything else that you know about her, or anything that might help us to prove her innocence?
I mean, she does art. Why would she do anything else? This is not a very artistic thing.
No.
I mean, some pretty awesome.
Now, have you been examining that Matilda now? That one.
We've heard about Matilda, her grievances with the mayor, but we're actually here to speak about Miss Westmoreland, though. Understand she is a art dealer. Is there any particular type of art, or are we talking paintings, sculptures?
I'm not sure, dear. I don't get to see what's in the boxes. I just help negotiate the trades and bring that in. There's a high tax on art here right now, so we kind of have been working around.
Is there anything else that Miss Westmoreland does here in town besides dealing in art? A hobby?
You're helping her work her. You're helping. I can't get the accent right.
I wanted to do an insight check while they're questioning. Yeah.
So have you seen her art?
knock. But have you seen inside these boxes? Have you seen the art?
24.
So everything she's said so far, you believe she believes. When she says she hasn't seen what's in the boxes, she hasn't looked.
Okay.
She has not seen what's in the box.
What's in the box?
What's in that box?
Okay.
I think these women are going to burn.
Well, they're going to hang. I don't suppose you'd be able to direct us to her home, just so we can try and gather more evidence.
Oh, absolutely.
To clear
so she takes out a piece of paper and she says, "So you're gonna want to go down."
She lives on a piece of paper.
You want to go down. You want to go like straight out from here, and take a left at the street light. Okay, and you're gonna keep going down there about 3 places till you walk past the general store, and then take a left. That's Farm Street. You keep going down Farm Street. Hers is a blue house with the red door.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
That sounds good to me.
Yes. We need to get this over with, or else this town is going to sink.
That's our job. Thank you so much for your assistance.
Yes, thank you. And then she goes off. She's like, "Oh my god, 8%! I can't believe."
It's like, on the walk of the house, I'm doing the reasoning of,
well, if we accuse one of them, we might be right. And if not, we've still saved 2 people.
But there's no one to show us which is behind which door.
Yeah.
So if we change our choice at the last minute, we're more likely to be right when we change our choice.
What's that called again?
The Monty Hall problem.
Monty Hall problem.
Sorry. We talk about it a lot in my statistics class.
I believe it.
We've also heard quite a bit about this general store. I don't know if it's coincidence that everyone keeps mentioning it, or if it's because it's the only one in town, or if
it's right in the middle, man.
It's a location that we should investigate.
Shall we assume it is on the way?
Yeah, it is. She said you're walking past it on the way.
It is on the way.
Yeah, so stop in the general store on the way to our house. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Corinne, could any of those reagents that you saw be used as pigments for paints on toys, or as ingredients in candies or something like that?
Arcana?
Sure. Why does the colonel roll too? Because
16.
There it is. Sorry, it's cocked. I have a +0, but a 17 in total.
Okay.
Nice.
You both, based on your past experiences in the courtroom, you're like, you don't see why not. A lot of times those reagents end up in some form of liquid.
Oh, that's a great point, Althea. We could ask if the lieutenant or captain, if either of their children had received new treats, not from us, I should say, or toys or gifts from some kind.
I was just, as I said before, trying to think about the method of delivery of this curse.
Why don't we go to the captain once more? I know it's been a while, and just ask if his children had received any sort of anything like that.
Okay. So you go back to the captain. So he's in his office doing his thing. The lieutenant meets you once again at the door.
And,
wait, I guess didn't you say the lieutenant also had kids go missing, or the lieutenant also had his kids? Because we could ask either.
Remember.
Let me double check.
If the lieutenant had children.
Okay, we can just go to the captain then. I think we just say
he did.
He
doesn't.
To the captain. Apologies, Captain. I know that the day is running short.
Yeah, it's getting the shadows are long right now.
We've come full circle. We've got a little bit of a wacky theory here, but we're just curious that your children, were either of them in possession of any new clothes or toys or paintings
or treats.
or treats.
Kids
Snacks.
love paintings.
Well, I heard one kid got some mints today. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, definitely
That sounds
not.
right.
No, not that. But I mean, prior to this, to what happened to your children, did you notice
Let me
anything new around the house? I know kids come home sometimes with new things from school and whatnot.
Well, I do know that Isabel has recently taken up a hobby of making toys, and she has been handing them out. She'd give my kid a little airplane, whatever that is. I think it's like a gnome thing.
Ah, and it allows you to travel to the plane of air.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, it's a wood plane. It just floats.
If you wouldn't mind, we just have a quick sidebar with my associates. I put up my big elephant ear to like block him out. So I think we all realize that this is the missing piece of the puzzle, and I don't just mean like a toy cursed puzzle. I mean like this. She clearly has been putting something on these toys and cursing these children.
Yes.
I think you might have solved it, Althea. I don't know how you figured this out, but once again, you've proven to be the effective part of the strange and effective beholders.
every time.
Well, we're not 100% done with our job until we actually get our hands on probably multiple of these toys, just to be safe, and actually check them for this curse. I don't know if a detect magic is enough or if we need to do something else, but we actually have to prove that is the problem.
Yeah, given that I know that we're short on real life time, Dan, could we request that the captain send one of his men to the house to bring back the plane? Because I know that
absolutely.
I know Jesse, I know that Bingo can cast detect magic.
Yeah.
You can.
And I can too, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's like, sure. And so he tells the lieutenant Javin to go swing by the house, ask his wife for the toy. He doesn't live too far away, and so Javin's back.
Tell him not to touch it with his hands. Touch it, bring it in a bag or a glove.
So he comes back. It's in a sack made of alfalfa.
Yep.
Usually
Resilient fiber.
store alfalfa.
101 uses.
It's like weaved.
Yep.
Okay. Here you go.
Bingo, can you do that beetle trick of yours again?
Sure. Let me get the scarabs out. They're magical creatures, and I place them upon my eyebrows, and they fold back. Their elytra, which is the hardened outer shell, and then the hind wing flops down over my eyes, and I cast detect magic.
And when you do so, you pick up a bit of necromantic magic.
Oh shit!
Oh, it's clearly an undead aeroplane.
Oh. Well.
Can I do a religion check to see if like? So you said undead, but I'm thinking like with my ability to turn undead, etc. Like, all right, I got a 15. Is there anything?
Was that? So you start examining it now with this eye of yours. Now you know, like, there's necromantic magic, and you're smelling it, you're feeling it, and you're like, the flavor of necromantic magic is age.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because I was literally the reason I was doing this roll. Like, none of these kids are turning undead, right?
Correct.
Right.
But children are youthful.
Mm-hmm.
You did describe Isabel as looking particularly youthful.
Mm-hmm.
A younger woman. I think that she's stealing their youth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Mm-hmm.
That could be quite useful. We should also do that.
Okay, hang on.
Well, wait, who did Bingo's background check?
I have
the company.
You choose one object that you, and it's blah blah blah. I have to hold it, but it's a magic item or magic imbued object. I learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. I learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it.
All right.
I want to do that.
You gonna do that?
Woo.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to go to her house.
We skipped right past it.
Good.
I peeked in the window a little bit.
So, based on your scrying, you know that it's not the toy itself, but the paint on the toy.
I never would have thought of that.
And it is enchanted by using a why can't I words? It's an important word in D&D. Ritual. There are runes involved, and the spell components, and yeah.
All right.
Does it like? Does it?
Oh.
It should tell me specifically what it's.
Yeah. So when she goes to the spot where the runes are, she can absorb the youth of the children.
Okay.
And doing so fucks this up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, you're right, Althea. She's taking their youth away.
Well, that was the Colonel's idea. Yes. Well, that's concerning. We need to destroy this circle or wherever the ceremony is done, round up all the toys.
Yeah.
And
I think
label her.
Yeah, I think you're right. I look out at the setting sun, getting close to the horizon. Captain, I think that we can pretty clearly say that unless they have any motivation, Elizabeth and Matilda likely have little to do with this. I tell you who is not stealing the youth of the children, and that is Matilda, because that is not the visage of a woman who has been stealing youth. And Elizabeth just seems only to care for the safety of her mother. So I think that you can probably safely release Elizabeth and Matilda, send one of your men to gather up all these cursed toys, and I think the rest of us, we've got a witch to confront.
Oh, all right. Javin, go get the mayor. And Bill, go get the town together. We got to let them know before they come marching with their pitchforks. So we fast forward a little bit. And you've got they can't fully uncuff everyone until they've had the conversation with the town, so they're all up on the stage, the riser that the noose is on, and the captain of the guard says, "Ladies, gentlemen, I know you all have your opinions." Tanner, quiet down. There's a Tanner. You guys missed out on the teens who play Hillball, dude. They call everybody bro.
I was built for that.
They were at the general store. Anyway.
We can do that tomorrow.
But these fine folks that the mayor called in will be able to speak to what's really going on. And he steps away.
Yeah. I'll step forward and say, I'll use my thaumaturgy to make my voice boom. And I'll say, I'm here representing with my associates here, the Beholders, an organization, as you all know, is we see fit to travel across land and mete out justice. And as it were, we believe that we have identified the true culprit. And I know that you all are thirsty for justice. I see you there in the back with the pitchfork, Tanner. Put it away. We have scoured the town for clues, spoken to many of you, and we believe we have narrowed down the true problem. And I reach into like the sack behind me and I pull up the cursed plane. And
someone yells, "The sky!"
No, not the sky. Bill, I saw you in the captain's office. No, what are you even doing out of your uniform? You know what? All right. Look, these toys, many of you, your children received these toys. I'm sure you might have thought they picked them up from a friend or got them from, I don't know, the Salvation Army bin, but they came from one specific woman, and I point on the stage towards
Matilda.
Isabel. No, not Matilda.
But you're so far away.
Not sweet Elizabeth, but Isabel, the supposed.
She
art
makes
dealer.
like this face, like, "How dare you!"
And I hold up my book, my book of the law, and I am actually going to cast command.
Ooh.
And I am going to cast it on Isabel, and I'm going to say, I know that what you have been doing is giving these toys out, these cursed toys painted with this illicit substance that you have been crafting to steal their youth. But you didn't suspect that the side effects would be so obvious to the parents. And that all of this led us straight back to you. And I command you to confess. And I'm going to make the confess be my one word of the command spell.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's roll a
That was quite
will.
compelling.
It's very cinematic.
Yeah, right?
Mhm.
Let's bring some up her deal, because I'm sure it won't surprise you that I do have a stat block for Isabel.
I knew
The
it. He said her
named
name
one.
way back at the beginning, and I was like, she has a name.
That was literally just because I forgot that I wasn't saying names. I was debating whether or not to say all their names or none of their names. That's an 11.
It's not going to meet my 14.
No. So she says, "Fine." And I did it. And then she casts Levitate. Some blue orbs appear, and we enter initiative.
Yes.
As the
16
her
minutes
binds
left.
burn off of her wrists.
Yeah, because combat is famously the fastest part of it.
Yes.
I'm
You
rolling
said,
bad
sorry,
with
Dan,
it.
I cut you off. You said she burned her bindings away.
Yep.
Sick.
All right. So.
plus 0 to initiative. All right.
Yep.
That's
0
Hey,
to
at least it's
initiative.
not -1. I
mean,
got
that's
a
fair.
natural 20 for a 19.
Let's
I rolled real bad.
You're not alone.
Oh, good.
Open scene. Blah, da, da, da.
Hey,
Oh, well.
team, remember how we don't like having lots of collateral damage? Can we not spray people
Is that
with
a part
blood
of
like
us?
we did
No,
last
when-
year?
when- The moment she
Remember
starts
saying that.
levitating, and her voice does that whole like witch deep high pitched screech voice sound, like scattered. the two on the stage, they kind of just dove.
Good.
Great.
Awesome.
Elizabeth kind of muscled Matilda off because she's old. She probably broke a hip, but the other witch will heal it.
I was gonna say we got Hagatha.
All right. So I haven't used the initiative tracker on here, so this is gonna be new. I can select everyone from my nope, that's the measure tool. That's because I'm on the wrong person. There it is. I should be able to select everyone. Boop. And then go here. Select a character, start initiative. Okay, I guess I have to do it per person. Or I'm gonna do it the old school way because I've already got a notebook. Fudge it.
There you go.
Works.
All right. Relish, you got a 19.
19.
Cheryl.
13.
13.
And
Oh, yeah.
I'm assuming my owl goes on my turn if he's still around.
You hear from your head, "Holy shit, there's some fucking magic happening! Do you see this?"
Yes, come quickly.
Okay. Corinne?
13.
13.
I can't change.
So I'll let you and Althea pick who wants to go first on your round. We'll go with Bingo.
15.
Okay. And Plum Knuckle.
9.
Nice.
And I will roll for Isabella. Isabel can't roll to save her
those three
fucking
orbs
life.
Bad guys too.
What's that?
The Orbeez are bad guys too.
Ish.
Okay.
They are her ritual. Yeah.
my
Figure out how
favorite
you want to be standing. You actually were on that little podium. If you want to put your guys over there, figure out how you want to stand there. Drag yourselves around.
Feel like I would have been hiding in the bushes.
So we got Isabel with a 7 initiative, so she goes last.
Nice.
She may not make it. We'll see how that goes. I practically asked you in order. Okay, so it goes Relish, then Bingo, then Althea and Corinne, and then Plum Knuckle, and then Isabel. Oh yeah, and the imp that someone added.
Oh boy.
She summons an imp as well.
No.
What is their deal? Back. So that's all. And so they actually go before Plum Knuckle. All right.
I've lined my ring light up perfectly on my watch.
Oh yeah, look at
Look at
that. Okay. Let me drag a random thing out to be wrong mouse. The imp on here. Oh, what should I use? What should I use, guys? What should I use? We'll do this beast one. It appears right here. It's small.
Oh.
Is that the imp?
That's the imp.
Okay.
Give him a name and call him
Impy.
Impy the imp.
Ah, yes.
There, now you won't get confused. I just wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that.
No.
No, I aren't Impy.
Okay, and you are not surprised.
No. Not in the slightest.
So, Relish. Oh, wait, I think there's something I'm supposed to do at the top of the round. Yep, at the start of each round of combat. Okay. Each orb gets a roll. Nope. Okay. That one lights up. And lastly... that one lights up. All right, Relish.
All right. I am going to do something interesting here. I've never used this feature as Colonel Relish. I'm first off going to cast Bless at 3rd level so that I can cast it on all 5 of us.
Okay.
So everyone will receive bless, so you get a plus 1d4 that you get to add to all your attack rolls and saving throws. But I'm doing 2 things to do this. I'm using my Voice of Authority, which makes it so if I cast a spell...
and remember, folks, if you donate, you can do advantage, disadvantage, add dice, all those things, add monsters.
Yes. I'm trying to find it. I have a feature here that makes it to where I can cast an enchantment spell as a bonus action.
Oh, shit.
Yes, here it is. Embodiment of the Law. I can change the spell's casting time to 1 bonus action. So I'm using that to quicken the spell. Then after blessing everyone, I have a feature called Voice of Authority. If I cast a spell, a leveled spell on any ally, they can immediately, after I cast the spell, use their reaction to make a weapon attack. Now, I know we are not a very weapon-focused group for everyone, but if anyone would like to, you can use whatever, and it's weapon, so it's ranged or melee. If you want to burn your reaction, it will burn your reaction. But then lastly, before we end my turn...
And I'll say you'll have, as she's doing her shit, you had time to get out something.
Cool. I will then, as my remaining action, since I've already cast a spell, I'll just use Sacred Flame to cast as a cantrip. She'll need to make a dexterity save.
The only thing that's remotely ranged I have is fishing pole.
Come here.
I mean,
13.
Now hear me out.
A 13 will not make it, so she'll take rolling online. 3 radiant damage.
He did say she was levitating, so if you could pull her back down to the ground for all of us melee folks, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could try it. Like, what do you want me to roll?
So she'll take 3 damage. You all have blessed, and if anyone wants to use a reaction, you can attack. If not, that's the end of Relish's
I'm pretty good with me sling if you want, but I know that there's an orc here as well.
But any of you can do it. It's not like one of
All
you.
of us.
Everyone gets a hit if they wish.
Oh,
I see.
sure, I would love to do that.
Yeah, go for it.
But so we don't get to move. We can just do it.
It just says can make a as a reaction can make a weapon
I will
or make
throw a dagger then.
That's a 28 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Doofa. And what do you want me to roll for trying to hit her with my hook?
We'll just do like a ranged attack.
And add a D4 to all your attacks.
Right.
Nice.
That's just pretty much just a
Oh
straight,
shit.
Dexterity, right?
Damn, you really hit her. Bingo. When the time is right, we say bingo.
17 to get her with my fishing hook.
Well then, bingo was how much damage did you do, bingo?
Sorry.
Or
I
no.
haven't rolled it back yet.
Was
so
it Althea threw a
25 to hit
with the dagger.
7 damage.
7 damage. Okay.
I'm presuming 25 hits.
Oh, he got a 20-something.
Okay, got 20-something. You hit too.
Oh yes, I got a 27. 28, I don't recall up there.
That's with the
so yes,
with the D4.
Yes,
or plus
with the D4.
With G. Okay.
So I have my sling in my hands, and I'm looking very nervous about all this. And I put a large stag beetle in my sling. Go, and I whip the stag beetle at her, and I imagine it latches onto her nose and does 6 damage.
Now do you not understand what I was just doing? You're marring the face. You're hitting her where it hurts. I'm gonna give her disadvantage on her attacks for that. You didn't just physically hurt her, you psychologically hurt her.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna like what I'm going to do next then.
All right, Corinne, what are you doing?
So yeah, I got a 17 to throw a fishing hook. You know, there's a hook on a line to get on her to try to pull her down.
Right. Yeah, you get her. So we're going to let's do I would say hers is a dexterity versus your strength. You're trying to yank, she's trying to wiggle free.
Yeah, and it's just a straight strength check. That's not with the +4, right? Or the D4.
Oh, no, is it just no, that's attacks, right?
He's at attacks and saving throws.
Okay, yeah, and that's a check. It's not a
so
save.
This would be just a straight check. I'm gonna use one of my rerolls because I think I'm at 16. 14.
So she manages to like spin free of the hook.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, stop stabbing me with things.
Are we all doing our reaction hits now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I got a 22 on a javelin throw.
Oh,
damn.
Yeah, that hits.
6 damage.
So yeah, it kind of goes in her shoulder. She goes, ah, shit, and it's just there.
We're still hitting her with things.
All right, and is anyone left, or is that's everyone, right? Yes. 2, 3, 4. Because you don't get it on yourself, right?
No.
Okay.
That was one person's turn.
That was one person's turn.
Sorry, I've always wanted to use that. He has.
No, I love it. That was great.
It's basically like that one.
Yeah.
and you did that one very well. Good, very good first rolls, everyone. Especially because it's just a woman in a dress, guys. Okay, and with that, it's Bingo's turn.
All right, so I guess we're killing this woman. Initially, I'm very uncomfortable with all that, and I do what I normally do when I feel uncomfortable, and I turn invisible, disappear. But then I realize that I have made new friends, and new friends are a rare thing. So while invisible, I shall make my 2 attacks.
Oh,
Nice.
That gives you advantage, right?
It would, if that is all right. DM.
Yep.
All right. For my first attack, we're going to roll with advantage. One is a 24 to hit. The next is a. We'll go with the 24. And
yeah.
I could roll a d4 as well, but I don't think it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary.
All right. So she's going to, for the first hit, take not so much damage, just 7 bludgeoning damage as a dung beetle smacks against the side of her head. And it begins to,
sorry, how much was it again?
What's that?
7.
7 damage. But as he does, the rest of my swarm follows the scent trail and rushes up behind her. And as the box explodes open, you hear the clattering of thousands and thousands of wings, and they force her 5 feet backwards towards Plumknuckle, and she needs to make a strength saving throw.
Does it say it has to be backwards? Because that is technically forwards for her.
It's horizontal movement.
Perfect. All right. On what saving throw?
A strength saving throw.
That's 14.
14 is just enough. Then she manages not to fall prone, which would cause her to fall to the ground.
If 1,000 beetles flew at me, I would move in any direction. There's no strength that would be involved. I would be. I'm stronger than you. Nope.
What if it was like 1,000
Nope, I'm out.
bugs, though? What if it was 1,000 lightning bugs?
Yeah, you thwapped her, and now like her makeup on one eye, or one eye is starting to get like blackened, and then all the bugs flew past, and now her hair's just everywhere.
With my stop! An 18 to hit.
Oh yeah,
18 hits. A tiger beetle is launched at her décolletage area. No one wants a tiger beetle up here.
No.
And she would take 7 more bludgeoning damage.
All right.
And that would be the end of my turn, and I am now visible again, and I'm uncomfortable with that.
Okay. Now it is Althea's turn.
Unless Corinne wanted to go first.
Oh yeah.
I don't care. Either way. You can go ahead.
Well, I mean, you could still try your fishing pole because you could pull her down.
I mean,
how far in the air is she?
Like
about 15 feet.
Oh, 15 feet.
Yeah. She can float up to 20.
Yeah, I'll try my strength check again. Can I do that and then still cast a spell?
It would be an action. It's an attack, basically.
I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try the strength check. I think I've got 14. That's better. 15. No, it's not that much better.
So you're trying to pull her down?
Yeah.
Okay.
15.
She got a 14.
I win.
You do. All right. So describe what happens.
Yeah. She's like.
You can hear that real thing going like the.
Well, no, because I grew up on boats. I know about like pulling lines, right? Like pulling like, rigging and shit. So I'm just like, I plant my little feeties and I just,
and between you and the bugs, she just can't anymore, and she just flops to the ground. She catches herself enough that she doesn't take damage, but she's now on the ground and within melee range of folks.
Where is she hooked, by the way?
Like it got her right around like the belt on her dress, like that little like the belt buckle.
She's not yelling at us like this.
No, you're so rich.
Thank you, Corinne.
All right. And with that, it makes it the imp's turn.
Oh, wait.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I go.
Oh right,
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
Duh.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure she was done.
Yeah.
Thank you. She's in melee range. So I am gonna scoot around my friends to be
Scoot.
over here. And then as a bonus action, I will use insightful fighting. So I make an insight check against the creature's deception check.
So the liar got it.
That was a bad roll.
Mine was not. Mine's a nat 20.
My reroll donation wouldn't do anything.
Well, never mind that.
No, probably not.
Phooey. But I will still, for my action, attack with my rapier. Wow. The dice, they have forsaken me in combat always. No. That's a 9.
No, you swing at her, and she may be a little bit out of sorts, but
I mean, with blessed.
You know what though?
What?
I said she was gonna have disadvantage.
You did because of her nose beetle.
Because of her nose beetle and the bugs in her face and all that. So
with bless it would be a 12, but I don't know. Are you saying I have advantage on a attack against her?
Yeah.
Oh, well, if I have advantage, then I didn't need you.
Yeah, you'll have advantage. She has disadvantage.
Well, we're going with the 12 because the second one was a natural 1.
Well, the 12 still doesn't work.
Damn.
Yep.
Why do I suck all
But it's not a natural one.
I'd have to break out my deck.
I'm out.
Oh, they're up there. All right. So with that, now it's the imp's turn. It's not like the strongest imp in the world. It's gonna go right after Relish because he's right in front of it, and it's an imp. It's not smart. That is. Let me bring up my dude because I had to find that since that was from the donation. That's the donation enemy, guys. By the way.
I wondered.
That is. It is going to try to sting, and it is a 20 to hit. Oh no, wait.
That'll hit me.
Sorry, nope. I rolled the wrong. Oh no, that's the damage. Never mind. Yep, +5.
Yeah.
You
said attacking relish? Yeah, I've got a 19.
Oh dang! I mean, that was a real good roll for him because this is the kind of thing that doesn't normally hit your level.
I believe the statement it was not a strong imp, and then just knocks out the
park.
That
knocks out. So it winds up. It just fucking winds up, and it just comes in and it stings for 4 piercing damage.
Owie.
All
Little
right.
bumblebee. Actually, it's like a scorpion tail.
I think I'll live.
And yeah, now it is Plum Knuckles' turn.
All right. Looking at the witch, I pick the little glasses off my head and fling them off into the woods. And I take the pipe and shove it into my maw and start chewing that just bitter tobacco. And you just see getting angrier and angrier. And I'm going to pop rage.
Nice.
So,
as professors often do.
Yeah.
With my halberd that has a
kidding.
measuring stick attached to it, I'm just going to try to swing this giant blade into.
So remember, you have a +D4.
Make my dice roll. You do not want to work. That was already a nat 20.
Oh, shit.
And that other one is going to be not so attractive.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, god dang it. That thing always glues shut.
Don't die.
I've got my critical hit deck. If I can
There
open it.
There you work.
Come on. Roll for strength, Dan.
Strength text.
I don't have it anymore. It's because Ari did a really nice thing, and she prettied it up, and she put Mod Podge in there. And now it never opens.
Yep, anytime it's hot and humid.
Which is
That'd be 11 damage on that.
We're just gonna say never mind on that. We don't have time. And I don't have anything flat to pop it open with.
So I also want to say, once the rage took over, you can see 3 spectral visages that appear to be old, wizened, like professor-looking types Just hovering around, sort of stroking beards in disappointment around.
Nice. So you still also get the double damage for that crit. So what was that?
It was 11, so 22.
Okay. Okay, she's looking real rough now. Okay, and then what was the second attack damage?
It failed.
It failed. Okay.
Yeah, second attack.
Oh, she got it. Oh, don't die. Oh, the litter. She kicked over the litter genie, of all things.
Timely.
Right? Okay, so that's for me. This is for players. Player.
And for note, if she attempts to attack anyone else, it'll be at disadvantage.
Got it. Okay, so she, for all intents and purposes, marked. Okay, let's shuffle. And that was a melee attack. So let's
Y'all
see
think
what
we need to worry about the glowing balls in the air.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're fine.
I think normally we would, but I think if we kick her out,
Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit.
Go for the pummel technique.
Go ahead and roll me 3d4.
All of us?
No, just you.
Is it just me?
Just you. This is a critical hit deck for you, so this is positive for you.
2, 2, and 4.
2 and 4. So 8. So her AC is reduced by 8.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, that deck is pretty awesome.
Yep. Knuckle.
Not great. Okay. I'm pretty sure the imp could hit her. I mean, the imp hit Iron Tusk, I guess.
Hey.
Yeah, really.
Okay. Was there anything else on your turn? Or is that it?
Nope, all done.
Perfect. Okay, and so with that, it is Isabel's turn, and she gets to do things at the start of her turn with them beautiful purple orbs.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so she can. Okay, so don't have time to do that one. So she's going to cast. What is Armor of Agathis? She's going to cast Armor of Agathis.
It gives her temporary hit points and things.
I think so. Because she's like, what the fuck are you doing to me?
We don't know.
So Spectral Frost covers her, and she looks just a little bit more protected. Okay. And then she's going to cast another spell. She's going to cast... let's do Shocking Grasp on Plum Knuckle, because fuck you, she says.
Yeah. Appropriate.
So that's been a minute. Oh wait, I have a whole thing of all her spells right here. Goddamn. Okay, lightning springs from her hand to deliver a shock. So she's making a melee spell attack against you. That's a 15 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, it's attracted to whatever metal you got on you, and just and it does that. Oh, she's gonna use her.
I'm basically holding a lightning pole and a pocket full of glasses. So,
so she's going to actually, she's going to use one of the abilities from her ritual to add a die to the damage.
Oh no!
Which gives you a total of 6 damage.
oh,
6 lightning
okay.
damage. God
You
damn,
all right?
way to waste it. She was doing so good too. Okay, and then
Yeah, I'm doing that.
and with that, activate. Deactivates. All right, And now we're back at the top of the order with Colonel Relish.
All right. I say, Isabella, we've tackled a lot of cases in our days as the beholders, but never dealt with someone who went after young children like you have. And if it's eternal youth you're after, well, then I'll make sure that you never age another day. And I hold up my gavel, and I'm gonna hold the other part of my arm just so I can kind of brace it as I am going to cast the biggest guiding bolt I've ever cast using my 4th level.
Oh shit!
And I just start reading words that are inscribed around the gavel in an ancient celestial tongue. As I cast.
Tit for tat.
Okay, I know this. I got a 17 on the die plus a D4 for 21 plus 6, 27.
That definitely hits her AC of 6.
I don't have enough. I don't have enough dice to roll at my, so I'm gonna use D&D Beyond.
Yeah, do it.
For a total of 28 damage.
Damn.
Wow.
So yeah, you
nice.
You really mess her up. She is like kind of leaning over, like there's blood dripping down her face. Like what kind of energy is guiding bolt?
Radiant.
So like now like her eyebrows are burned off and like the front part of her hair burned off. Everything that wasn't shielded by her own face. She's got like the worst freaking suntan.
And who did I remember goes after me in initiative?
Bingo.
So Bingo would see that there are these like those celestial runes of like the law are like kind of floating off of her, making her a much easier target, granting Bingo the next attack against her advantage. And I go, hey Bingo, why don't you finish this one off and we can get her a box of her own.
Righto. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm terrified of ghosts, and Plumbuckle now has 3 ghosts that have come out of it. So that's a problem for me. And I call the swarm back to me and I say, we've got to get the hell out of here. And the beetles all land on my shoulders and start pulling me into the air with my bonus action. And I begin to hover. And it's like, all right, but we can't leave our new friends in a pickle. So, it's time for the big one. Yoko, this one is for all the coin. And I load Yoko into the sling, and I make my final attack, I imagine. And that's with advantage, yes?
Advantage and bless.
What kind of bug is this one?
And bless. Roll that. We've got a natural 20.
Hey!
Oh shit!
I'm going to calculate the hit. So that is 30 to hit plus 34 to hit.
Okay.
I think you did it.
Yes, I think you got her.
34 to hit, and then so I'm going to roll. I'm going to double my dice.
It's quadruple damage.
Why is right? It's quadruple damage.
Okay,
that's what the card is. The card is quadruple damage.
Oh, all right. So that's 24 damage from Yoko, the giant rhinoceros beetle.
How do you finish this? What happens?
Well, Yoko has 3 protrusions coming off of her head, and I imagine as Yoko tumbles through the air, she spreads her wings wide, and the protrusions meet keenly into the eyes of the witch. And I say, "Good job, Yoko!" And then I literally fly away. I don't like ghosts.
So she just stands there. The imp puffs out of existence because she's what's happening, and she goes, "I just wanted to be pretty," and then she just falls straight on her face and breaks her nose in her death.
Oh, honey.
seeing Bingo go away. Son, I was gonna talk about giving you a raise, but that's not exactly.
Nope,
what
I don't like those.
Oh, let him fly. That looks like so much fun.
It's not.
As all that's happening, the town folk, come out of cover, and they're like, holy shit, it was her, and then they just start cheering. And they're like, thank you so much. And then the mayor, comes out from the bush, and you can see that the captain of the guard has released Matilda and Elizabeth, and it's apologizing profusely. He's like, well, you did it. You figured it out. Oh, thank God. I was afraid we're gonna have to kill all of them.
Well, that's what we do.
Next time, call us earlier. Don't let things be bad for a whole month.
I think that's very fair. Now that we know how good of a job you do, I don't see how we couldn't. So let's see here. He gives you your pay of 500 gold as the team, so you each get 100 gold. Woo! I mean, we don't have a ton in the coffers since this whole thing happened, but it's you're worth it. And he looks over at Isabel, and I'm like, she's probably got magic stuff if you want it. On her.
Wouldn't mind.
And you guys can figure out how you want to handle it for next year, but she does have, where did it go? My pages got out of order. Oh, let's see. That's not it. That's her layer. Her layer. The verdict. Yeah. There was a roper waiting for you in there.
Ooh.
Yeah. If you had gone to her house and gone into the secret basement by pulling on the sex book. Because by the way, she's the one who's having an affair with the mayor.
Okay. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Corinne would have pulled on the book while dusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it would have been like, I would probably have noticed that it was like had finger marks on it, or like it was less dusty than the other. So I'd have been like, what's so special about this book? Oh,
yeah.
look at the door.
So there are 3 things. Well, you get 2 things off of Isabel. There's her brooch that she was wearing. And I'll post these in the thing. We can figure it out. But it's Isabel's brooch. Once per day is in action. The wearer of this brooch can force a non-undead creature within 30 feet that they can see to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, the target takes 2d10 necrotic damage, and the wearer heals for half of the same amount. So you absorb her, you absorb life.
Cool.
And then Isabel's heals. Once per day, the user of these heals can use a bonus action to speak the command word that they come up with, causing them to levitate 3 inches above water or any solid surface for up to 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, did you say they're magic heals?
They are.
I think she just called dibs.
What size
she did.
Say that
Don't you have spells that can make things bigger and smaller? All right. And then Elizabeth comes up to you guys. And she's like, thank you guys so much. I don't know what would have happened to my mom. She's got dementia. And she's not right. And if I wasn't there, I don't know what would happen to her. So here's what it's one of the things I've been doing. It's a tea. And she gives you guys some tea. So it's like, you have several things. It takes 10 minutes to prepare and steep. But once consumed, the user can choose to have advantage on one intelligence ability check made before their next long rest. And that's
mentality.
Mentality.
Ooh,
She's like, oh, I like that. And she writes that down on the canister. And then you guys go back to your carriage. And I don't know if Bingo joins you. The ghosts are gone now. The ghosts are gone.
Bingo's just gone.
He went home.
He stayed around more than most of the recruits.
Just the sound of beetle wings clattering in the distance.
Well, you guys get back in your carriage and head back back home.
Pick my
Another
cross back
case
up.
solved.
You did it. And you only had to kill one person
Credits
again.
roll. Music.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, and the camera pans way out, and it's
You
just
can see-
Bingo floating.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Wait, yes I
Different
am.
credits roll, different music.
Yeah. All right, good job, guys. We managed to make it with only a little bit past the hour.
Pretty good.
It happens a lot with us.
Yeah.
You didn't go to like 3/4 of the places, and thank God.
Honestly, Dan, I don't know how you do murder mysteries for a one shot. Are so hard,
Right?
So
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
You have to thank
Especially when
Cheryl
the
for that one and the
investigators
paint.
are-
Once she figured out the paint, you didn't have to go to her house.
Oh,
We didn't
yeah,
have to
like,
find a
dude,
roper.
freaking genius.
I had to
Like,
find a
would
roper.
never- I was totally lost. I'm like, what the hell does any of this have to do with
Yeah, the
any
mayor's
of
just a
this?
piece
Like,
of shit. Has nothing to do specifically with his belly. He's a red herring, but he wanted to increase the time because it's actually they wanted to allow prostitution. So
nice.
that was what they
Alright,
were
yeah.
actually
I
discussing.
mean,
Ah,
I
Yeah.
support all work is valid, but
But that was one thing, and then it was what else did he have? Where's that's Elizabeth's house, Matilda's house. That's a different page. Because she had a whole list. Let's see. Pig's Pit, 24 hours to allow prostitution. Changing the standard issue guard weapon from a spear to a sword. Because for them, the spears are better, but his cousin sells swords. And then allowing logging of the Silver Bough Forest, which risks displacing some dangerous monsters.
I think you know who's at fault is that shitty little kid that we met at the beginning that didn't tell us that someone gave him a cursed toy. He's like, I
know.
guess I forgot.
You didn't know?
If you'd have just let me chase him down, we would
If we had let him chase him down,
Tell us that you know.
you would have been good.
Yeah.
All right, let's say goodbye to everyone. Tell everyone who you are again, and share your info. We'll start on top left for me. That's Bran.
All right. I have been your Bran for the evening. You can find me on the Fang Gang podcast. Rocket and Vampire: The Masquerade.
That's a very
Game,
different
delightful
podcast.
Time. Spirit of the Wilds. Very many D&D inspired candles. You'll love them. Check them out. All right, passing this down.
Feel free to put your Earls in the chat too.
I might.
That way people can see it. All right, Cheryl.
I will continue to be Cheryl and continue to be a PhD student for a little longer. You can follow me on the Instagram as the Roving Naturalist to see reels of like me doing greenhouse work and stuff. And you can find me most Sundays running something or playing something over on twitch.tv/naturecheckdnd, where scientists and science enthusiasts play role-playing games and talk about nerdy science stuff.
Sorry, my nephew was screwing up your captions. Squeaks.
I'm Squeaky or Kimberly or whatever the hell. I am often playing games with Dan. If you have donated and you enter in the raffle, there are 4 of these dice bags that I made available for the raffle. Hand crocheted. The ones in the raffle are a little bit smaller than this one because I have too many dice, so I needed a giant one. But so yeah.
And donations also exponentially increase your chances. I multiply it like by 1.5 or something. I'd talk about the math on the page, but the more you donate, the better chances you have, not just because there's more donations, but exponentially.
Because you can just get more entries. But yeah, so as far as online, I spend a lot of my time gaming with Dan. So wherever you're watching this now is where you can watch us later playing Phasmophobia, probably.
That's true. All right. And then Jesse.
Hi, everybody. I was Jesse Jerdak. You can find me at Jesse Jerdak on all of the socials. I think all of them. Not the shitty Trump one. But you can find me on, I just got a Blue Sky one, but just at Jesse Jerdak on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. I don't know. MySpace, is that still around? Probably.
It actually is.
It's popping.
Is it really?
It's music now. 100% music.
Interesting. It was all MIDI files when I was there.
Yeah.
I do a lot of things like this. I do a lot of TTRPG streams. I generate content. I make best book 3D models. and I have your back.
Awesome. And Nick.
Yes, my name is Nick, and you can find me usually on Twitter or Twitch at Scry Society. I typically run once monthly charity streams with a new charity and a new group. Hopefully we'll be getting back into those soon. I'm also the community manager for Shard Tabletop, a virtual tabletop for 5e D&D, where I also have my own D&D adventure called Into the Mists, which you can get there. It's not a murder mystery, but it is a fun little creepy swamp adventure. So thanks, Dan, for having me on.
Yeah. Absolutely, and maybe next year I'll poke at Shard Tabletop to do this stuff.
Maybe. Hey, I'll be here to help tutor you along the way.
Next year, hopefully, I'll have more free time to actually do things. And speaking of, I am Dan. I helped put all of this together, and by help, I mean me and my wife basically do it. But the Discord, the folks on the Discord help a lot, especially the year I was building it the first time. But couldn't do it without everyone. I really appreciate it. Check out Meowrathon.com. Go to donate.meowrathon.com to donate. You don't have to just donate to make things happen in the game. If you want to donate just to win things at the raffle, that's cool too. And I'm going to be pulling the raffle next weekend. So if during the next week you wish to donate to enter the raffle, have at it. Because I understand not everyone's paycheck works out, right? All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Wrong mouse again.